I extend my warm welcome to all of you once again in the second day of the summit. Kindest regards to those who have joined the summit today for the first time. So very warm welcome once again to all of you. To begin the day, I know yesterday was an exhausting day in sense of, deliberations went on for long, and then it was informal, a lot of networking that happened. This today is also going to be a busy day for all of us, and to begin with, we have to start with the first session. And we have our chair and co-chair along with the whole panel set on the dais. I request the chair and co-chair to begin the deliberations. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. We have an exciting session today in the morning on championing innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education. This is co-chaired by Professor Peter Stoichev. He is President and Vice-Chancellor, Professor of English from University of Saskatchewan. He is here. He will also give brief remarks before we start off. We have Professor Rizwan Haq. He is from Laurentian University. We have Douglas Prius. He is from University of Waterloo. And we have two Indian women, Dr. Archana Shukla, Director of IIM Lucknow, and Dr. Shashikala Vanzari. She is Vice Chancellor of Women University, SNDT University in Mumbai. So we have excellent panelists, and I'm sure there will be exciting discussions after they present their views for about, this whole thing is about 1 hour, 15 minutes. So each one of them should restrict to 7 to 8 minutes so that you will have a lot of discussions from the audience. So we have to be very brief. And it is often said that today our attention span in the classes is also 7 to 8 minutes. So if it becomes longer than that, probably audience will not be willing to listen. So that applies to the chair and vice chair as well. And starting with championing innovation and entrepreneurship in campuses, I think I will briefly touch upon some issues so that you will start discussing upon them. Today, the entire world is talking about innovation and startups. There are reasons for that. The way our education system went on for centuries was only normally one-way traffic from the teacher to the student, and therefore we always called it as a teaching process. Gradually we moved on and we started talking about teaching learning processes, and learning became more important. Gradually we even moved forward and we started talking about learner-centric education. And today it is learning is what is going to be important, both for students as well as faculty. And it is here that this innovation becomes very, very important and key segment, whether it is in terms of pedagogy, the way we attempt at making students to understand, learn concepts, how do they become problem solvers. I think all of this is very, very significant and important in terms of innovation. Only innovation can bring all these values to the classrooms. There are also open and distance learning systems available, online systems available. I think, therefore, the changes that are happening in pedagogy in terms of whether we call it flipped classes, whether we call it as blended learning, I think a variety of things are happening, including the laboratory classes through virtual labs, simulation labs, and therefore there is a lot of innovation which is already happening. And therefore championing innovation becomes significant in all facets. The next one is in terms of the jobs. The large industries, whether it is IT or otherwise, number of jobs are getting reduced in those industries because of huge automation that is happening, whether it is AI, IoT, machine learning, all of that in some sense bringing in robotics to the fore. We are talking about Industry 4.0, and therefore the number of jobs in those large-scale industries is also reducing. And therefore what is important from the campuses is how do we create new jobs through the entrepreneurship mechanism and the startups. Most institutions which are supposed to be better institutions are all having incubators of some sort or the other. And therefore, developing entrepreneurship from the campuses has become significant and important for all nations and the entire globe as such. And there are enough problems, challenges that the world is facing. And to address them also, we need some kind of social entrepreneurships as well. And therefore, universities and the institutions have to start thinking about entrepreneurship as one of the key elements into their, whether it is curriculum, inside or outside, doesn't matter, but it is required, and also strong industry connect. Starting from what we used to call as industry institute interaction long ago, I think the word should change from industry institute interaction to industry institute collaboration to industry institute partnerships. So in fact, both should feel that they are equal partners in the academic institutions. And all this is possible only if we talk about championing innovation and entrepreneurship on our campuses. With these few words, this higher education has to really spiral this growth. I'll request the Vice Chair to come and give his brief comments, restricting to 7 to 8 minutes, not more than that, and then we'll take up one by one all the panelists to give their viewpoints, and then the floor would be open for your comments, your questions to the panelists, or your suggestions, and then we will conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here today. Thank you very much. I'm here actually on my first trip to India in my life, and so it's very exciting to be here. I think that discussions about the connection between institutions of higher learning, in this case universities, and innovation is the most important kind of discussion that universities can be engaged in. And the survival of nations and the prosperity of nations and the purpose of universities will actually be determined by how successfully we can collectively have that kind of discussion about a university's role in an innovation agenda over the next many years. It isn't something that has been discussed for a long time, but recently it has become extremely important, and so I am delighted to see that this session is designed on the basis of having that kind of dialogue. I'm also very pleased to see that we have 2 women on the panel, and thank you very much for being part of it. Innovation is often equated with the STEM disciplines, and STEM disciplines are often equated more with male faculty than with female faculty. But as the chair was saying, social innovation, and as I would add, the humanities in particular, have enormous roles to play in the discussion that we are about to have today. I'll just mention a couple of things about the university I'm from and Canada itself, the University of Saskatchewan, which is in the Midwest of Canada. We have 26,000 students. We have a unique scientific infrastructure, including Canada's only synchrotron, a cyclotron, a wealth of health sciences related disciplines, a vaccine and infectious diseases organization, and we sit beside one of North America's 4 largest research parks. So the discussion about the role that we can play in innovation is an extremely important one. And I add to that the fact that we have a very strong agricultural college and crop development center that, among other things, is responsible for developing the lentil varieties that are imported by India, exported by Canada. And Canada exports 80% of the world's lentils, and Saskatchewan, the province that we're in, 90% of those. And all of that connection between our university and the crop development that goes on there and that part of the economy is due to the fact that our university can connect up in an innovation way with that pipeline. So it's extremely important. I'd finish with this, that 60% of our faculty have been hired in the last 10 years. At our university, we have about 1,200 faculty. 60% of them have been hired in the last 10 years. And those faculty want to have an impact, and they want to be part of an innovation agenda. They want the research that they do, and they want the teaching that they do, they want the scholarly work that they do, and they want the work that they do in the fine arts to be part of an innovation agenda, moving our province ahead, moving our country ahead, and making better and more prosperous lives for everyone. It wasn't necessarily always that way, but I noticed that the faculty that we have hired in the last 10 years or so think that way. And certainly students who come to our university, and I'm sure to all of yours as well, want to be part of an innovation agenda. They are startup minded. They want to be part of incubators. They want what they are learning to have some kind of a purpose beyond the walls of the university. So with that, I applaud those who designed this session, and I'll turn it over to our chair to introduce our panelists. Thank you very much.
So, can we start with one by one panelists? Dr. Douglas Pierce, I think you are the one who should start from this end. You are from Faculty of Arts, Department of History, and I'm sure innovation has a lot to do with the Faculty of Arts. Normally in technical education, we had left out liberal arts and a lot of facets of those where there's a lot of possibilities of engagement, and that is what you should be speaking about. Douglas.
Namaste. Thank you so much for having us here and for organizing this wonderful event. Better by the fact that I just got a weather report from my wife and she's cleaning the walks of snow at the moment. So I'll pay for that when I get back. Yeah, I'm Douglas Pierce. I've just served 2 terms of Dean of Arts at the University of Waterloo. And what I'd really like to talk to you about today is some of the areas in which innovation, particularly in the classroom and in the engaging the classroom with the outside world, has played out at the University of Waterloo. For those of you not familiar with the University of Waterloo, we're a comprehensive university about an hour's drive west of Toronto. We have about 40,000 students. We were delighted 2 years ago when only the 3rd woman physicist was given an award of the Nobel Prize, and she was a colleague of mine at the University of Waterloo. So we're research intensive, and at the same time, from its very beginnings as a university in 1957, University of Waterloo has pioneered ways of engaging the outside world in both the research and the teaching activities of the institution for reasons which really relate to kind of a unique history and ecosystem in the area. For the last 28 years, one of our national ranking groups, the Maclean's magazine, has ranked us as Canada's most innovative university. And a big element, or kind of a foundation of that recognition of innovation, lies in, I think, 2 factors at University of Waterloo, which I'll speak about. One is the way we've approached work-integrated learning through our co-op system, the largest co-op system in the world. And secondly, the active promotion of entrepreneurship amongst our students. And I want to talk first a little bit about co-op, and I should practice a bit of full disclosure. I not only was dean of a faculty which was heavily involved with co-op, but my daughter went through co-op, so I'm a proud father of a co-op student. We've also, with co-op, I think the critical thing about co-op is at Waterloo was that it's been there long enough. We've built up such a solid infrastructure and adapted our teaching and curriculum to it. We're able to support it right across the university. So unusually for a university, over half the students at the University of Waterloo are in co-op. And perhaps more unusually for a university, close to half the students in my old Faculty of Arts were doing co-op. Co-op often tends to be seen as being something more akin to the STEM disciplines, engineering, professional faculties. We've been really pushing co-op in the Faculty of Arts, as have my colleagues in Applied Health Sciences and Environment, involving co-op right across the curriculum. And so as of this year, any student coming into the Faculty of Arts, no matter what they choose to do, history, English, music, whatever, they're able to combine that with co-op experience. And what's distinctive about co-op experience is that it's not just simply going out and working, it's having that work experience embedded in the curriculum. So students alternate at Waterloo between academic terms and co-op terms. Typical student would do 4 work terms as well as their academic terms. It does add a little bit of time to the degree, but the important thing is that they're not only gaining money through these work terms, because these are all paid work terms. They're not internships, they are actual paid co-op terms. They're being paid, but they're also getting the opportunity to take their learning from the classroom, put it into place in the workforce, and then bring that experience back and inform the classroom experience. We have over 6,000 employers around the world who are eagerly accepting our students because they are able to bring this activity back and forth. In the Faculty of Arts, as I said, we're now close to 50% of our students are doing co-op. My own daughter, as I said, I can give her as an example. She did the co-op program, and she was in a double major in English and economics, started out in that area. She was doing work terms in the college sector. She was working with new students coming into the various colleges, international students. She was doing tutoring on workshop presentation. She was doing career advising for students in some of her work terms. But she was also doing some work terms at the university. We hire a lot of these own students because they're close to the action and they help us to inform us and help us as a university to respond better to what our students' needs are. So it's quite an amazing system. I'd had some experience of co-op at my previous institutions because a lot of universities in Canada have developed really interesting co-op programs. But so deeply embedded and so widely embedded at Waterloo, it really has a transformative effect on the institution. I would say, and I'm happy to talk about this later for anybody else, co-op isn't for everybody or necessarily for every program, but we're finding more and more ways at Waterloo to push co-op into places you perhaps hitherto had not thought it really possible. And now more recently, we're now bringing it into the graduate and the postgraduate level. And so we have, for example, our English PhD students are doing co-op terms. They're taking their creativity, their communication skills, and they're working with various firms, including BlackBerry and others, as skilled employees. In this case, that work experience is informing their research. It's also building very, very close ties with future employers. And in fact, one of the problems we've had in the past with co-op is sometimes students have gotten a job they like so much, and they got into so much activity, they didn't want to come back. So we were actually losing students to some employers before they finished their degrees. Perhaps the most famous person of this was Mike Lazaridis, founder of BlackBerry, who started at Waterloo, was in co-op, but managed to go and do some things without actually completing his degree, which has been much to the amusement of a lot of us. So we have a really good program, but again, I think what's really quite striking is that we've discovered how adaptable the co-op model is to all disciplines within the modern university. In fact, last year, for the art students doing co-op, we had a 98% placement rate. We beat engineering by 0.2%. I mean, it's not much, but it gave me bragging rights for an hour over my fellow dean of engineering, which I thoroughly enjoyed. The other aspect about co-op, we're actually integrating it more and more with the entrepreneurial culture we're trying to focus on at the University of Waterloo. Like a lot of universities, we've got incubators, we've got courses, we can do a minor in entrepreneurship, but we've also brought entrepreneurship into co-op, so students can do an entrepreneurial term as part of their co-op programming. In some cases, joining other startups. We have a number of quite spectacular student startups that have come out of the University of Waterloo. We've got, again, a lot of mechanisms similar to what a lot of other universities have to support them, but we're also enabling them to do that as part of their co-op term. And just as a kind of a tangible example of what this results, this was the product of students at the University of Waterloo. O-Curve, it's a face mask to deal with harmful air products and that. It's been tested in the forest fire regions and all that. This was designed by students at the University of Waterloo and brought to market by students at Waterloo. What I'm particularly proud of, the brains behind this was an art student, an English and music major, who got together with students from engineering, from applied health sciences, from hard sciences and that, to bring together the marketing, the aesthetics, the design elements, as well as the science to make a successful device. So that's part of, as I said, the kind of the ecosystem at the University of Waterloo. And again, it comes back to this recognition that both in terms of our research and our pedagogy, it is critical for us to remain engaged with the outside world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Douglas, for those wonderful comments, especially how arts, English, music can play a big role in both creating entrepreneurship and startups. Our next speaker, Dr. Rizwan Haq, he is Vice President Research at Laurentian University, and you will bring to the table importance of research in creating innovation set up in the campuses.
Good morning, bonjour, namaste. First, I would like to congratulate the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute for its 50th anniversary. That's a milestone, and it's so wonderful. And also thank them for organizing this very important summit, the Vice-Chancellors and Presidents Summit. And the title, The Dynamics of Higher Education in India and Canada, Envisaging Greater Collaboration and Opportunities to Network. Now, the physicist in me is saying, well, let's look at this a little closely. Dynamics. What are we talking about here? Well, it's a question of movement. And movement involves going from A to B, and how do you get there? Yesterday, one of the speakers pointed out that we know where we have to go. We know where we are, A. We know where we have to go, point B. So the real debate, the real discussion has to be, how do you get there? And again, there are many paths that can be followed. These paths depend on certain parameters. Sometimes we call them constraints, funding constraints, timing constraints, and so on. But the math is clear. You have to optimize the path in going from A to B. And there's a principle of least action, or use maximum likelihood, or whatever. So that's the analysis of the dynamics that is involved. Now, this session, as has been pointed out by our chair and co-chair, and by Douglas, is devoted to the innovative role of higher education and new and creative approaches to entrepreneurship. Again, regarding these issues, we heard a few thoughts yesterday from the conference, and especially from Anil. For AICT, he laid the foundation for innovation, etc., and the programs that are going on here in India. Let me talk about the Canadian part of this. Canada's universities play a central role in preparing Canadians for the global knowledge economy. I wrote down a few things, but because they have already been said, I'll skip a few. Creating institutional innovations in the current context of technological and economic change, and whether it's artificial intelligence or the electronics that is going on, the technology that is being used. Innovation in teaching, learning, and student experience. Meeting the needs of students through responsive and innovative programming and support. Innovations in teaching and learning explore new ways to blend disciplines. And again, this was also something that was pointed out yesterday. The multidisciplinarity, the interdisciplinary programs, and so blend disciplines, mobilize skills, and help students experiment and deepen their learning in an applied setting or new conceptual context. Now, we're talking about the teaching and learning and in the classroom, but innovation needs to happen throughout the university. And what does that mean? In terms of mutually beneficial partnerships among students, faculty, and administration, between universities and businesses, and between university and the community. So the role of the university is to equip Canadians with a well-rounded skill set and direct work experience. It is clear that students learn more and achieve higher outcomes when they are highly engaged in their studies. And this is now being classified as experiential learning, and that is an effective form of engagement. This experiential learning needs to be scaled up, and we just heard how Waterloo is doing this. Opportunities such as co-ops, it has the biggest co-op program in the world, internships, apprenticeships, practicums, and hands-on research are key ways of preparing students for success in the labor market. Now, hands-on research, this is an important concept, and I will talk about Laurentian University, but let me mention here that in our undergraduate programs, we have a research project that is done, and that provides the hands-on experience. And here is an opportunity for partnership between Indian and Canadian institutions where yesterday we were talking about short exchanges, time-limited exchanges. So just for supervision of these courses, doing an undergraduate project course or an undergraduate thesis course, so that would help, something that we can talk about later. And then, in an economy driven by innovation, entrepreneurship is an important consideration for students. And most students need to see themselves as job creators, and universities need to enhance programs and opportunities that nurture students' entrepreneurial aspirations and capacities. So, several Canadian universities have now started offering entrepreneurship courses and accelerators that help to grow partnerships with industry. One of the universities that has taken a lead in this is the University of Calgary. Yesterday we also talked about what is the role of government and some of the programs that the government has created. We heard about some of the programs here in India. Well, the centerpiece of Canada's innovation strategy is an innovation supercluster initiative launched by the federal government. This is of the order of $950 million, and it is to drive collaboration among large and small companies, academia, government, and others. There are also dollars from companies. This is industry-led and is focused primarily on solutions. So now let me talk about Laurentian University and Sudbury and try to bring in the research component, which will also help when we talk about possible partnerships between Indian and Canadian institutions. Now, Laurentian University is committed to innovation, and just last year in 2018, we opened a new 60,000 square foot facility called the Cliff Fielding Research, Innovation, and Engineering Building. And this is a $27.4 million investment, which has significantly increased the visibility and capacity of innovation on campus. Research, a lot of research is done in all disciplines, but let me focus here on Sudbury. And you might have heard of the Sudbury miracle. Sudbury is a mining town. And in the 60s, because of mining and because of the sulfur dioxide that was emitted, this had a huge impact on the environment, and the environment, the land, lakes, they were all getting destroyed because of the sulfur dioxide combining with the hydrogen and leading to sulfuric acid. So we call that acid rain at that time. The situation was getting extremely bad, and something had to be done about it. And Laurentian University then took the lead. And again, an example of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research. There was from science and biology and chemistry, physics, biochemistry. So the scientists got together and worked out the solutions. And the solutions that were put were so good that today you can't even tell that something that bad had happened to the land and the lakes. The lakes are recovering, and the land has now recovered. But of course, we cannot stop. We have to continue. Now, it's not sulfur dioxide, it's carbon dioxide. So from SO2, we have got to CO2. And that's another a problem that needs to be taken care of, and the climate change that we are talking about. So a lot of research now is going on. Sudbury began what is called the regreening program and caring for the lakes, and took care of that. Now CO2 pollution is being taken care of through innovative, exciting research. Research project to find better ways of sequestering carbon from the atmosphere while revegetating industrial disturbed lands. And here is another one. Also using microbes, biomining we call it, to clean up toxic mine waste while at the same time recovering valuable metals, cobalt, nickel, copper from what is left after the mining is done. So from this we can recover actually these metals. So this research can form the basis of new exciting clean tech industries in Sudbury, what we would call startups, the entrepreneurial strategy, and also it will lead to research on climate change, because the permafrost is not permanent, and it is now, because of climate change, if it starts, 40% of Canada is on frozen land, and if that starts melting, you can understand what a disaster that will create. So we have to work on that. That was the science part, but look at the social aspects of this. Now, we have to take care of all the social aspects, and the environmental rehab has to be done so that we can take care of the housing problems that are caused due to pollution, etc., due to pollution of water and homelessness that is caused. So all that also is part of the strategy of innovation and entrepreneurship to take care of these. The reason I'm talking about this research is, again, we will have opportunity to talk about possible collaboration in terms of these research possibilities. And let me just conclude by saying that the global education helps build an innovative economy and inclusive society. It helps students develop the future skills to adapt to rapid global economic, and societal changes. And international mobility programs help innovation. Yesterday, from Sudhir Jain from IIT Kanpur talked about possible mobility of students from IIT Gandhinagar going to North America, and also the courses that they take there. They are not engineering courses, but courses in social sciences and humanities. Yes, and we can do that at Laurentian. Science communication was just mentioned. Engineering students can take science communication courses. Or, what is important right now is environmental studies, and talk about how this can be mitigated or taken care of. So, science communication, environmental studies, and climate change. Possibilities of collaborating also from Kashmir, University of Kashmir or Kashmir University, we're talking about the water pollution and the geology in the Himalayas. Again, we do all that research, and as I mentioned, the Sudbury Miracle, that expertise is there. So we would like to collaborate and then see if this expertise can be adapted to Kashmir and other places. You can't just apply the same science and technology, you have to adapt it. So, for giving me this opportunity, merci. I should also mention Laurentian University is a bilingual institution, English and French, and it is a tricultural institution where we have three cultures, the Anglophone, the Francophone, and the indigenous cultures. So, thank you very much. Miigwech.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan Haq. You put it very succinctly, very beautifully. In fact, some of the things which you mentioned have reflections here in India as well, as far as research centers are concerned. Very huge setup where large number of startups are emanating. I think we need to learn lessons from each other. And in the beginning, where we are at A, where we want to go to B is known to everyone. But how to go, what to teach, how to teach, these are the most important things. I think you reflected upon that as well. Thank you so much. We have next speaker, Dr. Shashikala Vanzari. She is the Vice-Chancellor of, as I said, one of the largest women university in India, very old university, and she has been heading it for now some time. And her experiences from the perspective of a women's university, how it can bring in innovation as well as startup culture in the universities can be set. Thank you.
Very good morning to one and all. Respected Chairperson Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Co-Chairperson Dr. Peter, all my fellow panelists, Honorable VCs and directors from various institutes, and dear friends. Now, at the beginning, I would like to express my gratitude towards SICI for being invited here and for being supported Ascendity Women's University. Friends, since yesterday we are listening to a number of experts. I have been assigned to speak on championing innovation and entrepreneurship in higher education. Friends, let me congratulate the person who framed this theme, championing innovation. So I have to examine myself. Am I champion in the field of innovation? The answer is not, or the question is not answerable now. Now, since long, we are involved in higher education, but there are few exceptions like my university. Our university is exclusively for girls, but inclusively doing work in the sector of education, because we have nursery, we have Arushi, we have polytechnic, we have 2 schools, and a number of departments. Friends, already it is clear to us what does mean by innovation. Since yesterday, many of the speakers have raised few things, and ultimately there are few questions to ask. What is the ultimate solution to each problem? The process of making changes to something established by introducing something new. And what I do realize, innovation means what? It is something within the system to bring change. Or I can say that change within. Now, see, the earlier presenter panelist spoke about the innovations which are very much familiar to technological field. There are n number of innovations in the field of technology. But who will think about the social innovations? Then definitely you will be pleased to know what SNDT is doing. The challenge is to ensure that innovation plays a constructive role in improving educational opportunities for billions of people who remain undeserved in a rapidly developing world. I would like to share one experience from Mumbai. You know about Mumbai. Mumbai is divided into so many sections. One is vertical section, the other is horizontal section. Now here you will get to see huge buildings, but on the other side, very pathetic picture of Dharavi. But you will be happy to know what is the output given by Dharavi. 100 millions they contribute in the economy of the Mumbai. And the second thing that I would like to share with you, many of the girls from SNDT, they have innovative ideas. But because of lack of fund, they approached to the Dharavi and they started their workshop in that slum area. Can we think about innovation? Can we think about the support to enhance their innovation? Can we establish n number of incubation centers? The answer is not possible, because we don't have that type of provision in our administration. Again, translating an idea or invention into a goods or services that creates value to satisfy the need of the society. Now here again I would like to share two examples or two observations. One is, it is quite known. Now on 15th of November, 33 global women have been arrived in Delhi, and they are traveling throughout the country. Now what is their mission? Because genesis of a particular idea to convert parivar into pathshala, to convert family into schools. And that mission was carried by Madhuri Sahasrabuddhe, and the name of the mission is Mothers on Wheel. Now see, the genesis of that particular idea could bring a sea change in the country. And on 30th November, we are welcoming them to see off. Now see, can we say that this is the innovation? Yes, I would say. Confidently, I would say this is the innovation. So what are the possibilities to bring a sea change in considering social aspects of the society? I belong to Women University, and you will be happy to know about the genesis of this university. It was founded by Bharat Ratna Maharshi Dhondo Keshav Karve in the year 1916. And he was a mathematician, but he did lot of work for establishing this university. Again, the genesis of this idea to establish Women University, which is the first university, women's university, not only in India, but it is the first in entire Southeast Asia. He was a mathematician, but he did lot for the women, and ultimately he reached to the people from the society, and he brought money, he brought donation to construct the buildings of this university. His motto is Sanskrita Sri Parashakti, an enlightened woman is a source of infinite strength. Now, we are very much confined to the empowerment, but enlightenment is beyond everything. Innovation can help us to enhance this enlightenment. You will be happy to know the example or the contribution of well-known Madam Hansa Mehta. Now, by adding a single word to the UN Declaration, all men are created equal, and instead of that, she had added, all human beings are created equal. Can we say that this is the innovation? Yes, I can say. I firmly believe that innovation is nothing but what? It is not a research. Of course, extended work of this innovation or extended work on the line of innovation, we can term as research. But innovation is what? Small things can bring a sea change. Hansa Mehta is a good example to bring innovation in the UN Declaration. There are many more examples. But when we focus, considering the domain of higher education, we can say that we have to cross the limit. We have to make it simple so the common man will understand and will get benefit of it. Now, in the words of Einstein, all that is valuable in human society depends upon the opportunity for development accorded to the individual. Now, opportunity is very important. One of the girls from Polytechnic, she belongs to my Polytechnic college, she had designed a particular apparel. She is from textile department. She wanted to showcase her design in the fashion show, but she couldn't get enough money. She approached to vendor, designer, and she sold that design in 1 lakh, 2 lakh, and then she was able to make the possible n number of designs. These are the examples of SNDT. Girls are ready to do innovations, but they could not get enough funds from the university because we have our own limitations. So my suggestions or my urge to CIKI, can we think in this line? There is one program of UGC, Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. Can we club universities which have similar goals, which are doing work in a similar line? Then it is possible to club these universities. Now take the example of this Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat. I have been clubbed, my university is clubbed with Ramadevi Women's University, Bhubaneswar. Now these are some projects under which we can do innovations. Universities are rich in resources that can be mobilized to contribute solutions to social problems. Now friends, my urge to one and all, always we think about the changes which needs to be brought out in technological field or in technology, in the domain of technology. But we have to think from the out of box for bringing change in society. And on the same line, if we think about social innovation, then definitely this society will groom like anything. There are 5 suggestions I would like to put before you, before CIKI. One is strategic policy commitment. Can we bring a policy change? Can we have different strategies after having discussion with different universities and by clubbing different universities from India? The second point, institutionalizing processes. Now see, my university is different than law university. My university is definitely different from IIT because the establishment of university is altogether different. We work for women emancipation, women empowerment. So my goal is not to bring innovation in the domain of technology. However, we have UMIT, Usha Mittal Institute of Technology. We have pharmacy. We have analytical chemistry. But when we think about social innovation, definitely to to see its output. The third point I would like to raise, approach to community engagement. And you have to consider, or you have to think over the example of Dharavi. Rather, I would say that, can we consider that Dharavi or slum is an incubation hub or incubation center? Answer is not certain. Then commitment to open source. And the last point, mobilization of resources. Now definitely SICI will sit together with other members and will bring out some solution to have social innovations. Typically in India, once a child completes higher education and the parents aspirates to get some job for completing the livelihood of his or her family. Now, from the very beginning, if we teach them to do something, to start his or her own enterprise, then and then it is possible to have more innovations. However, looking to the scenario of Indian education system, we need to prepare our students and we have to develop a particular mindset amongst the students for setting up their own startups. Now see, we are Indians. We are very much confined to our values and culture. Already speakers have told about cultural ethos. We don't want to lose that threads. Ultimately, the satisfaction is the main aim of our Indian system. So definitely at the same time, when we teach them X, Y, along with that, we can inculcate the culture of incubation by teaching them how to start their own. And with the help of this, we'll reach to the objective and we would be able to accomplish our goal. Global history has proved the significance of the crucial role played by women in society to bring the stability, progress, and long-term development of nation. Women's participation in nation building is a key element in achieving an equitable, peaceful, and more prosperous society. She is an epitome of love, affection, care, and patience. Rabindranath Tagore aptly sums up, women is the builder and molder of a nation's destiny. So, definitely I would like to urge SICI to think and collaborate in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shashikala Vanzari. It was very exciting to know about Mumbai and your university. And in particular, Mumbai cannot run without local trains and without Dharavi. Both are very important for Mumbai. The whole economy of Mumbai works on that. And therefore, if an innovation is to be done, actually Dharavi is the right place to do it. So I think you should not have any worries. In fact, the MHRD's innovation cell, which is driving innovation, talks about various facets. One of them is Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, going to villages and finding out challenging problems there and solving is also both allowed as part of innovation cell activity as well as a part of the internship. Actually, that is also treated as internship. So don't have any worries. So the policy allows for that, doing that. Our next speaker is Dr. Archana Shukla. She is director of IIM Lucknow. And for entrepreneurship, management education is very, very significant and important. I think you throw light on that aspect.
Good morning, everyone. Let me begin with, all my chair and the co-chair and all my co-panelists. I was really intrigued by Dr. Shashikala's very forthright call for what is the real definition of innovation. And I forgot about what I all wanted to tell in terms of how to promote entrepreneurship and all that, because charity begins at home, and it begins in a very, very small manner. You don't have to have a big programs launch in the country in order to promote innovation. We need to capture, we need to have the sensitivity that where is it, and it can be found anywhere. It can be next door. Are we aware, first of all? Are we in a position to help out, reach out to those who actually need it? I'm sorry to say that there are very, very great programs running by government also, yeah, and I think we need larger publicity of those programs so that actually the needy ones, those who actually can make advantage and use for it, and Dr. Sahasbuddhe has just clarified that there are platforms available which can actually help a lot. And ma'am, I also wanted to tell you that we also promote a lot of social entrepreneurship under the umbrella of I Am Lucknow. So we do have a process, rigorous process of selecting that who will be in and who will not. But quality is something which we watch out because we need to commit resources towards it. So definitely there is a lot of collaborative approach possible in that regard. Now, just to talk about the management education perspective, that how we look at IIM Lucknow as entrepreneurship and innovation promotion. And I believe that in country, if you see, this is the right time to be in for the management education, because a lot of cliche is already there. People know, and we have been repeating the curriculum as it is, the way we designed it 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And I think not much change has happened in delivering the programs. But today, if you look around that what is the need, if India is aspiring to become the 5 trillion economy in next 5 years, and I think if the Startup India is the base for it, and Stand Up India, Startup India, Skill India, I think management is going to be contributing in a big way, but not in the traditional sense. So conventional methods of delivering education, conventional methods of conceptualizing the 2-year or 3-year programs around it is not going to work. So I begin my entire pitch from even substantial structural changes in the management education, the way it is happening. Today, we are ready to give them an environment when the student comes to the campus that we already have a pre-decided program for a student. Now, student also has an ambition, and we found out that there are very, very innovative programs which are offering a bouquet of elective which the student can take, and they can create their mix and match. Why not allow a student to do a mix and match, and why do you put them in a format saying you are either in a marketing, or you are in a finance, or you are in this, or you are in that, and this is how we create categories out of them, and we completely format them. And any formatted program cannot bring innovation because you are already in a silo. And the moment silo mentality has been already propagated deeply into it, now they think one at a time. They are not able to see beyond. And this is what I think I will propagate, that there is a need for extending, there is a need for collaboration. And where do we look for collaboration now? Collaboration in terms of delivering the program, collaboration in terms of, your designing of the program, collaboration in terms of that how the recruiters can also come back to you. Not only in that, in order to remain relevant today, to solve the problems actually where the innovation is needed, you need collaboration, serious collaboration with all the stakeholders. And predominant stakeholders we are collaborating with this, number one is our government, because this is one segment which we had discarded, and we thought that as education system, we have nothing to do with the government, and government was seen only as resource provider or the policy provider. I think gone are the days. Now government also has a lot of managerial issues, and therefore there is a symbiotic relationship, and they also need a lot of sensitization at various levels in order to make their programs a huge success. And therefore, there is a partnership. So we are promoting a lot of government partnership because we need to sensitize the government also and make them partner in solving the problems, because our mission is the same, because we are looking at societal needs. Second very important thing, apart from the government sector, is that we need to come back to the recruiters, we need to go back to the industry. Because if you do not provide answers to the real problem, even now we say that every solution is to be imported, everything has to be adopted. Why cannot be generated within to solve our indigenous problems? Because we are a mammoth country. And if we imagine our own problems, they are so unique. No other solution is an answer to our unique problems. And therefore, we need to look at our problems very differently. And that has to go back to in the mind of the students, in the mind of every stakeholder, that how do we find solutions to that? So we need collaborations, we need partnerships in order to get into that. Now, mostly what is happening, where are we right now? Most of the teaching is, management teaching institutes, what kind of research we are promoting? We only do an academic scholar in a scholar world. Yeah, you cite me, I will cite you. How many citations, and that is getting rewarded. Now that has to change. It's not a matter of how many people have cited your research. That's redundant. If nobody actually is finding answers, reading your stuff, then that research is redundant. So either you should be contributing in the, building of the discipline or body of the knowledge, or you should be answering some question. Now, research is not research for the sake of it in order to generate numbers. And I think a very bad precedence which has started happening is that how many papers you have published in last 2 years, last 1 year. So therefore, it becomes like a factory mindset. Now, that has to go away. It has to be a mindful, it has to be a meaningful, it has to be a problem solving, real engagement with the whosoever needs it. That kind of research platform. And I think at IIM Lucknow, substantially we have changed this model, because what we need is we need to promote an ecosystem that is providing a lot of excitement to all the faculty. It is providing a lot of engagement to all the faculty and the students. They come forward. Now, in that bargain, what is the need and what kind of program also has to be innovatively redesigned. That also has to be thought through as we go along. And IIM Lucknow has pioneered in 2 programs, and I can say with a lot of pride today that there is only IIM Lucknow has 1 program which no other IIM has started. It is a 2-year postgraduate program in sustainability management, because there is a need for sustainability management, even though we are not able to get that program scale up. Why? Because still it is in its nascent stages. 4-5 years ago, we launched that program. We are understanding that though everybody talks about environment, everybody talks about that we need to find solutions to this societal problems, but when it comes to executing, then all of us are not aware and all of us are not willing to implement, because I'm sorry to say, I see plastic bottles here. And I was very upset to see plastic bottles. So that's what I said, charity begins at home. We may give big lectures to do away with the single use of plastic. Why not right now? Why we haven't done it? Yeah, why there is a tolerance for it? And if we are not doing it, we expect somebody else will do it. And that's the reason nobody is doing it. And therefore lead by example. And all of us who ask ourselves and who dictate, I think we are the torch bearers, and we need to demonstrate that we care about it. And this is what, as an institute, we are doing. And we have discarded single use of plastic completely. Our students are taking projects in collaboration with the industry in order to understand some of the real issues. They do live projects going with the schools. There were huge diversity there. It's not about NGOs doing it. It's about everybody else has to do it, because it's my and your life, isn't it? We are talking about Delhi pollution, air pollution, but now we need to forget about everything else. Why not create focused projects to find answers to this problem? Yeah, why leave it to the stakeholder that it is due to this, it is due to that. It is something deeper, and all of us understand it is something deeper, but none of us want to talk about it. And that's what I think all the schools have the responsibility, all the universities have the responsibility. So find the real problems of which we need to find the solutions. And as an educational system, we have to come together, taking the help of the government in that, taking the help of all the industry ecosystem in that, and find real answers. So I will only say that culture building is important, engagement is important, finding remaining relevance is important. That relevant word, if we refer to, then I think this is somewhere, if you want to be relevant, you will look at your relevance in and around, not internal to your institute and university. You have to be relevant in the eyes of stakeholders. And who are your predominant stakeholders? Your need for innovation comes from there, and do not try to promote in isolation. We also have incubator running in Noida campus. We are the first IIM to have 2 campuses, one in Noida, one in Lucknow. Lucknow, we are promoting the social entrepreneurship. And in Noida, we are doing, in general, any startup we do the incubation for about 2 years. We provide them with lot of, help in terms of mentors and the angels and the investors. So we have a very large pool. We have engaged our alumni into nurturing it because I feel that this has to become a trend. So we are scaling it up in terms of also doing a school around it so that there is a larger ecosystem promoting the need for entrepreneurship all the time, and not only those who come forward and only they get the opportunity, but possibly create a mindset in the people that this is what is the need of the country. So your incentives, your culture, your entire teaching system, I think this is what is needed. Collaborative projects are needed. So much already has been said by all my co-panelists, and I was wondering, being the last speaker, that what is left for you. So I thought that I will speak my mind. That is left for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Dr. Archana Shukla. Each one of them were absolutely passionate. What brings to the fore is different institutions, different organizations are doing excellent things, out-of-the-box things, but unfortunately there is no awareness. And it is all over the world, but more so in a country of a very large size like India. I always remember like the large elephant and 5 blind men looking at different aspects from different perspectives. And unless we create that vision to see all of that, I think we will not know about it. And therefore, awareness programs are very important. You talked about social entrepreneurship. In a small place like Hubli in Karnataka, Deshpande, who is an IIT Madras alumnus, has put in what is known as Social Entrepreneurship Center. There is a LEAD program, Leadership Development in Social Entrepreneurship, going on for last decade. But many of us don't know about it. It's about 6 months long, full-time residential program for creating social entrepreneurship. I think many good things are happening. We need to be aware. I think AICT has done one small thing, that is opening up the portal for sharing the best practices. Anyone, anywhere in the place, if you have some best practice, please send us. We will put it so that people will observe that and then start using it in their institutions. With these few words, I conclude this panel discussion here. But now the floor is open to all of you to raise either your issues, your ideas, and then after that, I request Dr. Peter, who is the Vice Chair, to conclude this particular session. Thank you very much.
Very good morning. I am Dr. P.N. Tekwani from Nirma University, Ahmedabad. I work as a Directorate of Research and Innovation, and Dean, Faculty of Doctoral Studies and Research. Sir, Ahmedabad is the land of entrepreneurs, and our own President, Padma Shri Dr. Karsanbhai Patel, is the best example of entrepreneur. Sir, in our institute and university, what we have done, we send all our second year students for doing the social service, social activity compulsorily. They have to do this in their summer break. And once they go there, they come with many social innovative ideas. And sir, there what we have done as a system, apart from their regular projects in the undergraduate programs, we promote their ideas through Idea Lab. So our university fund to their ideas. In Ahmedabad, we have large number of incubators, but we kind of provide them pre-incubation to their idea. We give them fund, we give them mentoring, we give them equipment and all other support so that they can realize their idea and come out with some, the project or prototype kind of thing which can be then further scaled up. So this is what one of the best practices. Then sir, we have got now framed the research policy for the undergraduate students, and the same policy is now available on our website also, Nirma University website. So through this research policy, now we have large number of innovations coming out, and we give free hand, as somebody was saying that India institute interaction participation, sir. So these students now go to industry for 6 months compulsorily, and then they work on these ideas also. So altogether, the complete system is now supporting, and we provide entire ecosystem during their 4 years of studies, so that finally they become good engineers, scientists, and pharmacists. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I am J.S. Patil, Vice-Chancellor, National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam. I would like to share two of my experiences. One is when I was Vice-Chancellor of Karnataka State Law University from 2009 to 2013. I had an opportunity to work with freedom fighters. And then suggestion came that we should introduce khadi as a dress code, kurta, pajama and Gandhi cap. Perhaps we were the first university in the country to introduce khadi as a dress code on every Monday, which is still going on even today. The net result was that the government of Karnataka was inspired to take cue from us and then build a new framework of lean management in handloom industry. And today it is around 1,000 crores of rupees of worth state budget through which handloom industry has been strengthened. As a law university, this is what we did as an exemplary innovative activity back home in Karnataka state. Now I come to the second experience of mine as Vice Chancellor of National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam. Very recently, many of you may be knowing that for the Assam state, National Registry of Citizens list has been announced last month, which has created a big, hue and cry in the state of Assam. About 19 lakh people have been left out of the citizenship list. The consequence of that, we thought in the National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam, that we should establish a customized legal aid clinic. So we titled it as Parichai. And now, under the leadership of my colleague who is sitting next to me, Dr. Ishrat Hussain, we have established this legal aid clinic to provide free legal assistance to the poor and needy from out of these 19 lakhs who come forward to take our legal assistance. Lots of political overtones are there, but then our engagement is to provide them free legal assistance. By providing a lawyer, we have our own student group, about 70 volunteers. We have networked with lawyers, and this is the kind of a work which we are trying to do in the National Law University and Judicial Academy. Thank you very much.
I'm Shofik Bhattacharya, Pilani. I thought a generic framework for such workspace, innovation and sort of forming a psyche on entrepreneurship. One experience of what I have seen in IIT Kharagpur as well as Pilani is that you assemble bright minds. That's very important. If you assemble bright minds, a lot of ideation happens in the dorm rooms, in the cafes and the corridors and in the parks and gardens of the campus. So if you assemble bright minds, that institute is a strong destination for bright mind. It does help. Blend humanities, your curriculum, I think Douglas talked about it. The humanities blend in your curriculum, which gives you a freedom. There are curricula in this country, in engineering undergraduate, you can go up to 10 humanities courses as electives that far. Not many institutes do that, but one needs to do that. That's individual choice. One can have a couple of them, three of them, but an extreme can be about 10. That does help because of the aesthetics and how to discern human life and so on and so forth. So the second, almost sounds like a recipe. The second one is co-op. Douglas talked about it. So Pilani has been doing this very unique 5.5 month practice school, going on for over nearly 4 decades. Not many people do know about it. Just to give you a scale of operation, the amount of stipend last academic year, 2018-19, is 455 million rupees. That's just 1 year, is the industry paid stipend to BITSians. These are final year students spending a semester, a little over a semester. So you have to sacrifice 1 semester from your curriculum. That's important. Because it molds the mind. And then you've got to embed innovation in a structured manner in your curriculum also. So we are offering a course again for about 10 years now, something we call it New Venture Creation, NVC, which is not taught by university professors. it has to be taught by people who have done it. They don't, the credibility is lost if a faculty member just goes in and delivers. It's learning by practice, and it is taught by entrepreneurs, eminent entrepreneurs. That helps over distance if needed. And we form 30 teams every year of about 4 students who actually do the process, go through it. At the end, during the semester, the best ones are also given real money to implement it. I share a number over the years. The average over the years of conversion of these 30 teams to real startups is over, this is outstanding, I claim that, 60%. So 60% of a classroom course which are practicing entrepreneurship in a classroom, there are grades and stuff, is getting into real startups. So there is value in it. There is evidence on ground. I'll share one evidence. On 16 September, the business newspaper Mint published a story on number of startups over the last decade. It's a fairly long time window, created by graduates of certain institutes. And 3 old IITs are behind BITS Pilani. My own institute, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Madras, the research part 1, and IIT Kanpur, they are behind BITS Pilani. And all the IIMs are behind BITS Pilani. And so I'm saying this because if you do it in a certain fashion, the value, the competence surfaces up. Remember, BITS Pilani is a non-government institute. So a lot of resource crunch, frugality, those are already there. So it's not an easy task. Delhi and IIT Bombay is ahead of us, 450 odd startups from BITS. I think these, and if you look at, there are 4,000 across the globe, 4,000 founders and co-founders, BITSians across the globe today. So what I'm saying is the culture is just if you nurture, you leave them alone. You also need to create TBIs, technology business incubators. Those are routine matters. And tinkering labs, all the institutes are doing it. You need to do that. But leave them alone, give them space, and assemble them, huddle, lots of ideation. Thank you.
My question is to Dr. Okay. I'm Dr. Amit Kumar. I'm from English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. My question is to Dr. Douglas Pierce. I was very interested in the kind of co-op thing that you talked about and highly impressed about it. But then I wanted to know, how would a student of history or a student of political science get into this co-op thing without doing injustice to his own discipline? Will he be using the knowledge that he has got from history or political science or philosophy to get into this, or he's jumping completely to a different domain to create a new product in the co-op thing?
Remember, most students who are doing, whether it's history, political science, English, they're not going into careers as political scientists or whatever. They're getting a really good, solid undergraduate degree. What we capitalize on for those students, and I would include the languages because students in French and German and Spanish can also do co-op. What we do is to prepare them for co-op is we teach them to appreciate the fundamental skills they're learning, communications, analysis, writing skills, etc. They have to compete for the jobs, but they compete with everybody else. But what they're doing and going to the employers, this is what the employers want from our students, is these really, kind of key communications, assembling skills that they can take to the job market. There's going to be the occasional job, like for example, I'm a historian. There may be a museum out there that could be one of the employers, and they may be looking for somebody with the kind of content knowledge. But it's not content that we're stressing for the art students. It's the skills. It's their skills at assembling information, research, communication, public speaking. And we provide courses, both credit courses and some what we call professional development courses that they have to take alongside to allow them to position themselves into these areas. One of our kind of alumni that we're very proud of, who was a history co-op student from many years ago, he rose and became chairman of the Toronto Stock Exchange. And he was a historian. But it was his history, and I've talked to him extensively, he's a great friend now, and it was the skills he learned in history, not the content, that enabled him to pursue those jobs, and that's what the employers were looking for too. It's a hard, in many ways, selling co-op, the hardest audience are parents sometimes. Employers love our students. Like I said, with a 98% success rate, we do really, really well. And that's not because they're Waterloo students, it's because they've got the kind of training that all our universities provide. It's just that we, over 60 years, established a framework at Waterloo to enable those students to realize those skills early on and then take them to market.
Good morning all. This is Dr. Rupa from Bharatiya University. And a co-op program from Waterloo is really amazing and it sounds very good. And if there is any possibility of adapting to Indian colleges or universities, we would really would like to take it up. And the solutions to real problems, the two pestering problems by Dr. Rizwan was also very wonderful, interesting to hear. And what I want to add is, I just want to add one point to our discussions with the permission of the chair and co-chair. We in India, we have 40,000, nearly 40,000 colleges pan-India, and we have problems everywhere, and opportunities to find solution is also very high. And what I personally feel is, if the colleges across India in their own regions and clusters could able to adopt schools and villages to see that every school and problem or the school children and problem can be related, their village problem can be related, or the colleges around can be connected to each other, so that solutions in that particular region can be achieved effectively, and intensification of innovation in every region is very possible because of this. And these collaborations with Canadian universities and the lessons we learned from all the benchmarking ideas and innovations and incubations that happen in Canada and also in pioneer institutions of India can be taken to the grassroots. That was that particular point which was indicated by some of the speakers yesterday, and that was really good and sounds very nice, and intellectual mapping, and also highlighting the benchmarks taken to grassroots. These two are very effective things which can happen henceforth. I really thank the chair for giving wonderful opportunity for us to share our thoughts and make it possible. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So my question is to Dr. Stoishak and Dr. Peters. This innovation and incubation and entrepreneurship thrust that's come forward in the last decade. Now, how have you enabled, or what is the response of the faculty members to get engaged in these activities? Because that is because we've been used to scholarship, teaching over a period of time, and now we're giving this thrust, and I would like to know what's the response from the Canadian experience. Thank you.
So thank you for that question, and I'll stand here because then I'll offer some concluding remarks too. So thanks for addressing that to me. That's a complicated question to answer, but I'd start by saying that I don't believe if I, as a president of a university, had talked about this kind of thing and the imperative of innovation to all of our faculty 10 to 15 years ago, that I would have gotten a particularly positive response. In other words, faculty, I would have been one of them at the time, frankly, would have been saying, I am not really here at the university to try to supply the needs of industry and the marketplace. And I think that conversation has changed. I really think that it has changed. And it's changed, back to the point I was making right at the beginning of this session, because I think the new faculty that we have at universities now, I'd be surprised if people here didn't agree with this, but I'd be fascinated to know, have a different mindset, and they believe, and I think it gets back to some of the points that you were making, that they want to be relevant. and they want a university, in fact, to help them to bridge that gap or divide between the programming that they're offering their students and the research that they're doing and what's needed out there, if I could put it that way. One other thing is that we find ourselves on the threshold of starting to build incentives for promotion, for tenure, for merit into all of this as well, to recognize those faculty who are doing research that can have some social relevance. So that's another short answer to your very good question. Just because, although I gather time is flexible, it's not infinitely flexible, I should offer some concluding remarks. And so first of all, I want to thank the panelists for all the work they put into their presentations and the wonderful remarks that they gave, and to our chair for chairing this so well. Thank you very much, sir. We heard from Dr. Peers about the role of the liberal arts in innovation and the particularly strong role of co-ops and of work-integrated learning. And back to the liberal arts, I'll just mention that in Canada, we of course have many, many liberal arts, institutions, and also colleges of arts and science across the 96 universities in the country. And in Silicon Valley, there's a group called the C100, which is comprised of owners of SMEs and successful companies in that area owned by Canadians. And approximately 80% of those owners are people with humanities backgrounds. Approximately 80% are people with humanities backgrounds, which speaks to the point that you were making. Dr. Huck, the role of local research on local challenges in innovation. So being alert to what the local communities or region of one's university need and trying to supply the research solutions to those challenges. Dr. Wanjari, the role of community engagement and social innovation, which is crucial to this conversation, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that you introduced it, because it is not just STEM, not that anybody is saying that it is, but that the role of community engagement and social innovation is so important. And that's what will bring students and will bring faculty into this process, back to another answer to your question. And finally, Dr. Shukla, being relevant to stakeholders. Personally, I can't emphasize that enough. And I think actually the next kind of conversation that would be needed in a room like this 1, 2, 3, 4 years from now is how successful universities have been in understanding how to be relevant to their stakeholders, how to listen to industry need, but also, as you were pointing out, how to listen to what students need so that they can design, or we can on their behalf, the appropriate kind of programs that they need and require. Something that's difficult for universities that have professional programs that are governed by accreditation bodies, by the way, that don't allow as much flexibility as other programs might. I'll just finish with a couple of observations. Back to this point of relevance. In Canada, we have a group reasonably unofficial called the Business Higher Education Roundtable, and it brings together presidents of universities in the country and presidents and CEOs and directors of major companies and industry and SMEs. And the point of that is really for the university and polytechnic and college side to listen to what industry needs and try to understand that. And so I'd add to what Dr. Peers was saying, that as students go out into a work-integrated learning environment, we need to listen as universities when they come back into the university to continue their studies. What have they learned that the job market needs of them, and how can they help us, in fact, to modify our programming so that they receive it in their remaining years and new students at our institutions receive it as well. I'll just finish with the following little quip. Back to your point, Dr. Shukla, about being relevant. I remember somebody saying in an entirely different context, we will need to change. This is a culture change that we are talking about when we talk about matching universities to an innovation agenda in our respective countries. It's global, and it is a culture change. For universities to listen to what's needed is an enormous change from what we are used to doing, where we think that we design everything that our students need. So we need to change, and as somebody quipped once in an entirely different context, if you don't like change, you will like irrelevance even less. And I cling to that point as I imagine what our university and all the ones we've heard here can do. So thank you very much to our panelists, to our chair, to all of you for this morning's wonderful session.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Good to see all of you again this morning. So we are right now breaking out for a tea break for next 10-15 minutes, and then we'll be back with our disciplinary clusters parallel sessions. So parallel session 1, which is science, technology, and engineering, it'll happen here in this hall, Diwane. The second parallel session, Management, Humanities and Social Science, it will happen in Aftab Mehtab Hall, which is right behind. In fact, when you go straight, you take left turn and you have that room there. Parallel session 3, Agricultural, Veterinary, Medical and Health Sciences, Diwane Khas, which is the adjoining hall again. So look forward to seeing you again at 10:30. I'm sorry, I mean right after the tea break. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we begin our next set of panels. So amongst our disciplinary clusters, we are starting with parallel session 1 here, which is dedicated to the discipline of science, technology, and engineering. So I would like to invite the chair of this parallel session, Dr. Ajit Chaturvedi, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, on the stage, please. Dr. Rajendra Sangwan, Director, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, ACSIR. Dr. Richard Pauline, Director of the International Bureau, Université Laval, Canada. Thank you, everyone. So I request Dr. Chaturvedi to please begin the formal program. Thank you.
Hello. So good morning, everybody. So as you know that we have assembled here for one of the 3 parallel sessions regarding science, engineering, and technology. This particular session is on this topic, and I'm joined by 2 distinguished co-panelists, Dr. Richard Pauline, the Director of International Bureau, University of Laval, and Professor Rajendra Singh Sangwan, the Director of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, that is the academy that has sprung out of CSIR. The audience is relatively on the thinner side. Probably it is a boon in some sense because we can have more interactive participations, two-way dialogues. The format would be that we would make some brief remarks. I have some very interesting things that Dr. Pauline will talk about. Interestingly, University of Laval happens to be the first French-speaking University of Canada to have joined SICI. And he will be giving a perspective on that and also talking about some interesting project on climate change. And those of you who have been in India. We know that CSIR has now taken up formal research education and is also now taking interest in international collaborations. Regarding my institute, IIT Roorkee, so in the year 2005, when SICI became binational, at that time the first set of 5 IITs which joined SICI, IIT Roorkee was one of them. And I can say that as an institute, we have immensely benefited from the opportunities of interfacing with intellectuals and academics from Canada provided by this platform SICI. And we can say that given those opportunities, there is a feeling that we can do more, we can do different things. And we are adding one more co-panelist, that is Dr. Satyanarayan, Director IIT Tirupati. He has many collaborations with Canada set up recently in the last 2 years. So we are joined by Dr. Satyanarayan. I would say that we are all familiar with the different opportunities like mobility grants and research grants. But if we can suggest some roadmaps for this particular session, or some best practices from which our respective institutes have benefited, or things that probably can be avoided where you think that too much investment of time and effort was made, but commensurate output was not there, I think it can be shared in this session here, so that we can all learn from this and take this platform provided by SICI for more fruitful cooperation in the future. So what I would do is that let me hand it over to Dr. Paulin, and then we will take it in a more informal manner. After all the co-panelists are done, the floor will be open for the people sitting on the floor, and then we'll have an interactive discussion. So, Dr. Paulin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to talk. I'm a professor, so I will stand up and talk. I will not do it sitting down, if you accept. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to be able to talk to you. I was wondering how I would start, and I could start by explaining to you what is Université Laval. I would rather start with explaining to you my course 101, what is a French-speaking university in Canada. So this will put things in perspective in that sense. We were the first to join SICI, and SICI did a very great job in being bilingual in Canada. So that was very interesting because we were even impressed the way everything became so bilingual in SICI inside Canada. So Laval is a French-speaking university. However, when you get to master's or PhD student, it's less of an issue of being French, because there you're doing research, especially if you're talking about engineering and things like that. So one characteristic about Laval is that we have very few professors of Indian origin, because it's not the first place that a professor would go, and since we don't have a critical mass, we don't have many. However, surprisingly enough, when I asked one of them to represent Université Laval at SICI, the minute I turn around, he was president of SICI. So, I mean, maybe we don't have many, but we have some that seem to be going forward. I thank Girish Shah for everything he did in that sense, in being so present in SICI. What I want to tell you is that sometimes we have different contact inside India, and I just wanted to mention that. Among other things, that we have every summer we have professors that teach French in India that comes to take courses at Université Laval, how to teach French as a second language. So we have these contacts every year. And, you know, we're quite good at teaching the teachers, because, Canada being a bilingual country, we have half the country who's teaching English to the French, and the French is teaching French to the English. So teaching language, we know and we do. And if you would come at Laval during the summer, you would be surprised the quantity of students we have on campus. They're coming to learn how to learn a language or learn how to teach a language. Also, we have professors that are not Indians but are interested in having Indian relations and have students that come from India. It's not a pipeline like a professor who is already Indian and knows everyone here, but still we have a fair numbers of students coming to work with these professors. The third point I wanted to stress is an experience I had when I came with the Prime Minister of Quebec, something like 6 or 7 years ago. We came and we visited India. It was an economic and academic trip that we did here. It was a big thing. We were 120 people with the Prime Minister, so it was a bit like a circus going around cities of India, if you ask me. And with this trip, when we came to Delhi, I was asked to go to cut a ribbon because Quebec was giving a library and books to a university. So I went there, and I'll tell you, because I was very impressed by what I saw there. So that's why I'm giving you this story. It's a short story, don't worry. It was, so I went to GNU, and there was a center on Quebec studies. So I was quite surprised first that there was Quebec studies in India, and then when I got there, I was even more surprised to see that people were coming from 10 different universities that were specialists in Quebec. So for me, to find specialists of Quebec in India was quite a surprise. Then I come in the room, and I'm there because I was asked to be there to cut the ribbon, and then I see these 10 ladies, in very colorful sari that speaks very well French and that are very passionate about Quebec and know very well about Quebec. And they knew so much about Quebec that one started to talk to me about, the new novel from a contemporary writer in Quebec that I didn't know. So I was a bit embarrassed, that I'm being told this by this lady. And then there was another gentleman that came and showed me the cover of his book, who just translated a famous novel from Quebec in Tamil. So for me, it was very heart warming to get to meet a group. I know 10 out of 1,300,000,000 is not that much, but it was very nice for me to meet these people, and I just wanted to tell you that because it was a nice experience that I had. So let's go towards our subject now. Science, technology, and engineering. So what I wanted to stress, worries people, is that speaking only English when you arrive is not an issue, because these are domains where, in fact, if you speak French, we'll ask you to have a minimum of English to be able to read literature and do things like that. So if you come at the PhD level, you can do your seminars in English, and the professors, we're a bilingual country, so people will talk to you in English. Usually, our catchphrase is that if you don't speak French when you arrive, you will speak when you leave. Right? Also, what strikes me is that when I talk to academics when they come, and I ask them, is French an issue? They say, we already speak 3 or 4 languages of the mosaic of language in India. One more language is not a problem for us. They seem to be very well wired to speak many languages. So that's the remark usually I get, that don't worry, we speak already many languages. What I wanted to maybe illustrate is that I think the way to do things together is maybe research cooperation partnership, because it makes sense. I think you have very good schools here, and then we should be working on the research side. And to illustrate that, I've chosen one project we have that now is running, and that could maybe give the example. And because we're asked to look at, in fact, what's different a little bit with engineering compared to the two other rooms, I'd like to talk about a bit this project first. So we have this project, and when I was thinking, what I will talk to you about, I thought this project is interesting because this project brings us to work with people from many countries. And this project is a large project, and it's interesting because we want this project to be multidisciplinary. We want this project to bring partners that has a different vision. So we're getting people interested in working on this project, and it's a project on climate change. It is a project on climate change that's called Sentinel Nord, so Sentinel North. And we have an expression, in Canada, you have the North and you have the Great North. And this is in the Great North. But in fact, it's in the Arctic. But, it's not Arctic studies, it's studying climate change in the Arctic. And why the Arctic? Because it's been documented that climate change works twice as fast in the Arctic than in the rest of the world. So this is the area that it's interesting to study and to see what we can do. So the project is in fact monitoring what's happening in the Arctic. And so we submitted this project to our federal government, and we got what we consider a large sum. So we have $96 million to spend in 6 years. So it means that we have to disperse this at a certain level. So, and what we want to do is we want to do it with bringing other people with us to work on this. So the idea of the project is to monitor what is happening with this rapid climate change in this area where the change is faster. It's a bit like the canary in the coal mine. We think, that if we understand better what's going on there, we will be better equipped with what's going further south. So, and it's, the way we're managing it is that our professors with foreign professors submit projects, and in these projects, they have to be coming from a minimum of 3 different disciplines. So if you're not 3 disciplines, you cannot have a project. So it's like, we urge you to be multidisciplinary, and then we force you a little bit. So if you're not 3 disciplines, you cannot have this project. So, and what we want is to stress this interdisciplinary aspect of the project. So what are the components of this project? It means that we will first look at complex systems. So this, because we will be taking lots of data, we want to try to finish out with an intelligent model of what we've analyzed. So, so you have to, so that this complex system group will take the data and help us to see, what is happening. So the other components is photonic sensing. So we've developed fibers. We've developed fibers of different color. We've developed different fibers to be able to measure what's happening in the ice, what's happening in the atmosphere. And it's okay. And it's okay. So I'll accelerate. I was having pleasure at not going too fast. Okay. We do also remote sensing. We also do the microbiome for Arctic ecosystem health. So you know microbiota is the in thing. Eh? So now, because of climate change, we think that people will feed differently with time, and it will change their food habits, and we want to see the effect on their microbiota. And also, we're monitoring the mental health disorder that's associated with the change of the environment for traditional people. So all of this is done at the same time. So what we want to look at is the transformation of the North for microbiota to ecosystem. So we want to go from the very small to the very general to see what happened with climate change. And we have critical variables in human environment in the North. So we want to all that. It's very, I think, you know, the amount of money is large, but I think the bite that we want to take is also large. So this is the project, and this is a project where we're now working with people from different countries that are participating, and I think it's interesting to have people that have a different view or a different slant of project of this type. So what I would like to just stress is that finally, you know, what's peculiar about science, technology, and engineering is that there is certain aspect, research and development, it's applied research, it's structured project with resources. It is also the opportunity to have private money, multinational involved. In this type of project, you could have that. And it is often a lab or a team approach where then it is a different way of looking at all this. So that's the message I want to convey to you. And it's be happy to answer your question when time comes, if we're not too hungry for lunch. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Paulin. I request Professor Rajendra Sangwan to make his remarks.
Can I have a presentation? Yeah, yes, I have that. Good morning. I'll just give a brief about how ACSIR works and what is its own model of education, how it collaborates with institutions in India and abroad, and how it can be useful to expand the same sphere, particularly with respect to Canadian universities and institutions. ACSIR is an institution of national importance established by an Act of Parliament in 2011. You know, when we look at science, technology, and engineering in India, there has been a vertical divide that you had some science technology going in the universities, but a substantial part, but a much larger part of the science and technology outside IITs and NITs, which came later on, was in CSIR, probably the oldest organization established in 1945, and subsequently established a chain of national laboratories, close to 40, which has a discrete mandate to carry out research, either with respect to the national needs in changing times, or with respect to creation of knowledge or deep discoveries. So the education part has been relatively weaker in CSIR because it's mostly the R&D scientists which are involved in the research, and student strength used to be poor, and whatever used to be there, it was associated with some universities. The quality, as in my own opinion, quality of research that has gone through in CSIR was very high, whereas relatively the university system, which was very large, this quality was not matching. But the larger population was catered by universities rather than the CSIR. A major change happened in 2011, that is the establishment of this academy, which will take care of the education part of the CSIR, mainly for PhD, not undergraduates. And so this organization had some inceptional phase. It also emphasizes how the resources of the country with respect to the research infrastructure or with respect to the scientific manpower which can be used as mentors for the younger researchers can be used for the next good for the nation and for the planet. So as established, CSIR established in 1945, ACSIR came into being in association with CSIR in 2011. I joined this organization 2 years ago. I happened to be the first director or vice chancellor of this organization because in initial phases it has many dynamics, was a note on that accelerated path. How it symbolizes is that we use, you see a logo of CSIR, we use as a part of our own logo because this is a symbiosis between two organizations, and the I which has a logo of CSIR means we expand the scope of CSIR in terms of science, technology, and engineering research through engagement of young researchers, generate a human resource for the times to come. At the same time, it also reflects that this also reflects that our roots are in the ground realities. Therefore, whatever research we do, either we do to generate the best of the knowledge, or we work for the societal good and for the national good, for the good of the planet and the environment. So we remain on the ground and we aspire for the sky. And the colors also reflect the same philosophy. The hallmarks of the CSIR is that it augments the strength of R&D in CSIR laboratories and the country. It strengthens the research in the priority areas which are for today or which are for the coming tomorrow. And it is also has a philosophy of equity and inclusivity. I'll come into this when I present next. If you look at this map, ACSIR with the strength of CSIR operates as about 40 academic centers and spread over 25. All the leading national laboratories which are having competitive research in frontier areas, either of the national needs or for which we have a quest for knowledge, CSIR is operating, and this is the whole map. Normally we do not divide our research into faculties and departments, but for certain reasons we group them into 5 faculties. That is the physical sciences, chemical sciences, biological sciences, engineering sciences, mathematics, and information sciences. It is a university, it is kind of a, you can say, research university reflection of this scale, which is probably the one of its own kind. This is how different national laboratories, they have a distribution of research domains which are largely interdisciplinary, but it covers sometimes biological and chemical and sometimes physical and engineering in an overlapping fashion. Interdisciplinary research is a hallmark of ACSIR. ACSIR now is emerging from its inceptional phase and spearhead to a singular specialty which is rare to find. If we talk about volumes, we are a very large country. We have a large population, and not only in terms of number, but the percentage of younger population is the highest with India. And it also reflects the aspirations of the young generation is also highest. How we can cater to their needs by a significant scale is the numbers. And if we the numbers grow with the quality, that actually adds the value. When we look at this, how many students they join ACSIR for PhD, this number has crossed 1,000 PhD students join in science and engineering ACSIR every year. We have admissions twice in a year, in August and in January. And the sum of the 2 semester sessions, the number has crossed 1,000. Now, if you look at currently we have our 4,500 PhD students on rolls. This number in the national significance is more than 5% of total PhD students on rolls in the country in science and engineering, including biomedical and agricultural sciences. And this number we have a satisfaction to some extent that we are catering to a large extent. And when we have, yesterday discussed, we have 900 universities, many IITs, many NITs, ICERs, out of that having a proportion which is more than 5% has a significance. In this respect, we are also one of the largest institutions of the world, and of course, we are the largest in the country. This is how we are distributed. Also not only shows that we have a fair distribution, but also reflect that we have little bit of unfair distribution. We are weak in mathematical and information sciences, which we want to expand. This expansion can happen both either by collaboration or by expanding our capacity, but our first preference is by collaboration, particularly mathematical science, information, data science is one area in which we want to expand. Of course, physical and engineering sciences, they are progressively going faster. We are already have a large proportion in biological and chemical sciences, and this is how somehow you have in the country also a large part of engineering and physical sciences also shared by other institutions of national importance, and that's why there is another kind of a competition we want to expand in that, and hope we'll be successful. We are creating two more faculties, that is Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, though we have many agricultural universities, but when we talk about agriculture in CSIR, CSIR doesn't work on traditional agriculture which happens with the Ministry of Agriculture, ICR institutes they cater to, but CSIR works on products, and some of the products they come from bioresources, and bioresources are no longer the wildcrafted bioresources in today's time. It is the cash crops, it is the industrial crops, it is the industrial products which come from the agricultural activities, both particularly mainly for plants or specialty crops, including medicinal aromatic plants, the plants used in traditional systems of Ayurveda, Siddha, etc. Now, in terms of how we have a special course, probably nowhere it happens is that we have a compulsory 4-credit course in societal program, which we call as. In today's time, which is a hurried world, we have a course of study, something like 16 credits in a PhD program as per UGC and other things, but we have a compulsory 4-credit course where students will have to independently work on some societal issue. They will have go to a village or some area and work on it as a team. It is not immediately, it can be of importance, but this creates kind of an imprint in the mind of the young generation that at any futuristic opportunity, the person will work for the society and will consider society into consideration as and when he or she is to make a choice of pursuing some project or a program or for a mission. We have about 1,900 students has graduated with PhD. We have the best gender balance among institutions with respect to females and males. This ratio is 45 to 55. If I am subject to correction, probably it can be one of the best in the world. We have a rich professional profile of about 500 of our graduates, particularly doctorates, they are working abroad. And we have a growing academic alliance with laboratories. We published during last 3 years 4,000 papers. These are the publications of the ACSR students have published. These publications of CSIR scientists are in addition to that, and we are indexed in Nature Index. This is just a glimpse of how these laboratories, our different national laboratories are working in different areas. It doesn't cover everything. It's not possible to cover all of them in this, but we cover all major aspects of science, technology, and engineering, and particularly very specialized areas for which we require a human resource for the times to come to progress deeper on the knowledge generation or in terms of a capacity development. We are also beyond ACSIR, also beyond CSIR. We have an academic alliance within the country outside CSIR also. We have a master's and PhD program in health informatics jointly with the Indian Institute of Public Health. And also with the same institution, we have a master's and PhD in clinical research. Similarly, we have a program, PhD in Vision Sciences at L.B. Prasad Eye Institute, which is a world-class institution in terms of ophthalmic sciences. We have about 40 of our students are under joint PhD program with the university abroad. Our model is that we enroll students for joint PhD program after one completes 1 year. Say an ACSIR student once completes 1 year in ACSIR can be enrolled for a joint PhD program with a partner institution abroad, because by that time one is basically aware, has gone through the coursework which is a requirement for ACSIR, most of the universities also in India. So in that way one is actually properly primed to have the concepts clear, theoretical background refreshed, and have an idea developed about where one will work on. And then we have a partner, a guide from another institution. Both the guides from the two institutions, they are called as a joint senior supervisors. There is nothing like a supervisor and co-supervisor. They are equal in terms of their merit of supervising the student. We have an IPR issue because CSIR, particularly whatever research happens in ACSIR this whole stake is by CSIR, but we have a mechanism. Every student's research will be assessed, whether it has an IPR issue associated with it. In case it is associated, how the potential benefits will be shared is decided on an individual student's basis, initially between the two supervisors and then between the two institutions, and it goes on. In case this research is for basically fundamental research, there is no issue on that, but this is how we decide. There is no generic solution to address IPR issues. We have a standard fellowship mechanism in which if a student from our partner institution comes to India for research, we will fund that student at standard Indian fellowship rates, and at the same time, the another organization that funds the fellowship at their respective countries' fellowship rates for 1 year. There is a fee waiver for the students who are registered. Like ACS has student fees waived at the foreign university, and foreign universities fees waived off at ACSIR. All thesis defense expenses are to be borne wherever thesis examination and defense happens. We invite expression of interest for academic collaboration to move forward for any form, format, or mode mutually suitable for a joint journey. In this way, we basically have a co-tutelary mechanism in which there are 2 degrees are awarded, but each degree reflects that this degree has been awarded in association with this joint PhD program. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If there is any question, I'll be happy to respond to that.
We can take questions later on. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Sangwan. Now I request Professor Satyanarayan, Director IIT Tirupati, to share his experiences.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. Good morning, everyone. I thought I'll share, as I saw in the list of panel members, Professor Sarit Kumar Das was supposed to be a panel member, and he had to leave on some urgent work. I guess Prachi wanted me to step in because we are working very closely along with the IIT Roper on our engagement with the Canadian institutions. Well, my institute, just to introduce for those of you who are not aware, IIT Tirupati is a new IIT, third generation IIT, which started functioning in 2015. So our first batch just graduated this year. And as we've been setting up this institute, from the beginning, we were very keen on internationalization and engagement with international institutions. So we started exploring which is the best way to go. Instead of spreading ourselves thin, looking at different countries, whichever just comes along the way, instead of that, we thought we will look at it in a focused way. And then, the first 2 years, you're just getting your shoes on boot, tying your laces. But from the third year of our operation, we started looking at this. And I had this opportunity to come for this SICI event here about 2 years back. One of my colleagues, Professor Deshmukh, had been working with Western University, and then he had collaborations, and he said, and Prachi and he were in touch, so became a member of SICI. And when I came for the first session here, I found that there was a keenness among the Canadian institutions to engage with the Indian institutions. And this was the time when there were 3 Canadian ministers who were visiting India. At that time also, Mr. Nadir Patel, the Consul General, had thrown a dinner. I had gone and visited all of them. And I started talking to various universities, and I felt, okay, let's start focusing on Canadian universities in terms of starting our collaborations. And that's how it started. And subsequently, there was another delegation that came, and SICI invited few start interfacing with them. In the meantime, I had started met the delegation from New Brunswick at IIT Madras, and then we decided to go to Canada to explore which are the universities we should engage with. So along with IIT Roper, Professor Sarit Kumar Das and Dr. Rohit Sharma, who is here, and myself and my faculty member who is in charge of international affairs, Venkat, we identified about 5 universities to visit, and we had gone and visited University of British Columbia, Calgary, Waterloo, Toronto at that time, because I also could only go for about a few days, only a week. So we structured this program for meetings with various faculty members. And we at IIT Tirupati, once again, also we identified certain thrust areas for our research as a new institution, including smart infrastructure, precision agriculture and food technologies, energy, materials and manufacturing, design, and so on. So we were trying to find out which are the universities we should work with. And one collaboration that really started blossoming is with Calgary, where their people came and visited us after our visit. And we identified, after a lot of discussions, to focus on water and environment. And in September, 4 of my colleagues, so we said, let's talk seriously. And I sent 4 of my colleagues with our institute funding to go to Calgary and spend about 4 days there. They did 2-day workshops on identifying each other's interests in the narrow areas of which are the topics. And then we're also working with them on the co-title program for a PhD co-title program, joint guidance, and so on. So basically, and also I've been telling my colleagues we do MOUs only if we see some activity. Not just because their president comes and visits me or I go and visit there, we sign an MOU and come back. Let's first get some engagement going and see some action, then we get into a formal MOU. So this is one model that is emerging, that in terms of engagement, very strong model. Now their team is going to come to IIT Tirupati for another visit of 3-4 days. About 4 or 5 of them plan to come, and then formalize the joint PhD share guidance and projects we're going to start working on and so on. Another scheme that our faculty have availed of is the SICKI's travel fellowships and visits. I think about a couple of our students have a couple of my faculty have benefited from this. The third program that we have been working on is the IC Impacts program that Nemi Banthia at UBC drives. So we are working on a couple of proposals along with them on taking this research forward. Another area that, as I told you, we would like to work very aggressively is on the area of food technology and precision agriculture. So we've been starting to start a dialogue with Golf and other Canadian universities on how we could collaborate with them on these particular areas. So I just thought I'll share how, as a new institution, which is trying to grow very fast and aggressively, how we have gone forward in terms of starting with the engagement, and we are very keen on working with the Canadian institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Satyanarayan. Now, let us, keeping in mind the words expressed by the 3 speakers, I would request the audience that we can extend the theme of the session by going back and reflecting that there are 2 strands to it. One is that what is required to enhance international collaboration, and second is there something extra or different required for science, engineering, and technology? Because there are many common themes which are required cutting across disciplines, but if there is something that is specifically required for science, engineering, and technology, or if I may say a word of advice for SICKI or for fellow institutions, we would look forward to hearing from you. So the floor is open, and I hope that some of volunteers will come forward to express their thoughts. From behind this there, yeah.
In terms of engineering programs, when students go abroad for one semester, what is the typical Canadian approach to tuition fee waiver, or do they charge a tuition? What is the generic approach for BTech students going to Canada for one semester?
So is there any Canadian university which would like to respond to this specific query? Because from what I know, I think this depends from university to university. And I'm not sure that there is something very common cutting across university. There are some good practices, but they need not be followed by all the universities.
So can we discuss with this specific?
Yeah, if there's somebody in the audience who would like to respond to this. Yeah.
Essentially, it would depend on the agreement, but if it's a balanced exchange agreement, typically the tuition fees would be paid. The tuition fees would be paid to the home university if it operates as like a standard exchange, which is how we would operate most of our exchange programs in Canada.
Well, it's the same, in fact, is you pay in your university and you study in the other. However, you need to have some form of balance. But usually, you know, we sign for 5 years, and then we see after 5 years how it's balanced or how do we accept. But I mean, we engage for some time, you know, to be sure that it will work.
Yeah. Hello, Ajay Agarwal from Queen's University. My question is directed to Satya because you have very recently collaborated with Canadian universities. So if you could allude to some of the challenges you faced and what could a Canadian university do to help you make these collaborations?
Okay, as I said, my engagement has been just a little over a year in going through this process. So I don't think there's any major challenge at this stage, because even as in my institution, we have a limited bandwidth on how much we can do at this stage with about 80 faculty members and so on. So basically, I think what, as someone said yesterday, maybe Sarit, that we need to put some money on the table, both from our side and your side, to make these things happen, for these collaborations to initially, before you get your funded projects or you find some donor money to make these things happen or some other schemes. But initially, I think there should be some funding coming in from the institutions if they see there's a potential of collaboration happening to take it forward. So other than that, as I said, I'm still at an exploratory stage, so so there are not any major roadblocks that I found. I think it's basically, for all these things to happen, it is the chemistry between the teams. As a director or a president, you can go, but unless there is a faculty-to-faculty connect, you cannot sustain these initiatives. And also, I think for long-term sustainability, a student exchange is a very important component if you really want to sustain these activities. So how are you going to enable these? These are the things we need to work on. Maybe if others want to add to this, they could.
Just to follow, I'm Rohit Sharma from IIT Ropar, and just to follow to what Satyanarayana was referring to, actually there are ample opportunities in terms of student or faculty mobility, Shastri being one of them. There are other opportunities also, like the Queen Elizabeth Fellowship Scheme, through which we have hosted a lot of Canadian interns and a reverse mobility plan. We have, just to mention, one of our postdoctorate fellows got the Shastri postdoctoral fellowship last week for 17 weeks to be spent in Waterloo, I guess. So there are a lot of opportunities. I see impacts as a great thematic area where mobility can be supported. Spark also, Roper is the nodal institute for Spark, and that's one more area where you can find reasonable amount of support for travel of students and staff. So I do feel there is reasonable support available.
Shastri Bhattacharya, Pilani. I have a pretty candid question. What's the expectation of the Canadian universities from the Indian academia? I mean, why do you want to do this internationalization? Other than the fact that internationalization is a good thing to do, and it does help in, we all know that it does help in ranking ground points and so on and so forth. But what's the expectation? Then maybe we will be able to understand what are the preferred initial items, the so-called low-hanging fruits. What do we start with? Is it joint PhD? Is it final year students doing internship over there? And then the financial models will follow. So maybe the expectations, what are the specific things? I know it will vary from institute. Maybe we can have some samples and kind of assemble them and have a thought process in our mind.
Yeah, one expectation that I think all of us are aware of is that internationally all institutes want the best PhD students to come to that institute. And I think internationalization is one of way by which institutes try to achieve this goal. That is of course obvious, but if there are some more points, we would welcome. I think there is.
See, I have one question with all the panel members. Like India is a signatory of SDG goals of 2030 program.
Can we first respond to this, then after that we'll take it. Anybody would like to add on to what I...
Canadian side.
Yeah, Canadian side? Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think it's fair to say, on behalf of probably all of my colleagues, that we are interested in looking at mutually beneficial partnerships, and that these partnerships ideally will go beyond just an MOU that will sit on a shelf and gather dust. The critical thing is fit, right? Is what kinds of things could we do together? And that's where we have to look at who are our best partners anywhere, India, Europe, South America. But the important thing is to look at, I mean, I think we are all open to looking at various kinds of partnerships, whether they involve student mobility, faculty, joint PhD programs, joint research. Ideally, I think we want something that's going to harbor a deep partnership that will be sustainable, that won't necessarily depend on a single professor, and if they happen to leave, then the whole thing falls apart. So that's kind of the ideal. But the critical thing is that we have a good fit with our partner, that there's lots of things that we can do, maybe across disciplines, maybe multidisciplinary things, and that we get true mobility both ways. So that's kind of our goal.
Yes. I would also like to add that this is just the beginning.
Could you identify yourself? Yeah.
Oh, Rizwan Haq, Interim Vice President Research at Laurentian University in Sudbury. Sorry. So this is just the beginning, and as my colleague said, that there has to be a fit. But between India and Canada, I think the exchange of students and the collaboration in terms of higher education is the beginning. It is to have a closer relationship between the two countries, and the number of students that are going there, they're settling there or coming back, and all that counts. And I think in terms of bringing Canada and India closer together, this contributes a lot to that. Thank you.
Okay, again, Ajay Agarwal, Queen's University. So you asked for a candid response to why do Canadian universities want to go international. We do want very high quality researchers and scholars working in our extensive research infrastructure available. Number of applications is never an issue for us. It's a matter of getting most hardworking, best brain to be able to work in those labs. We have extensive infrastructure, we need kind of scholars to do. At some level, we all want to make the world a better place to live in. So India is building 100 or 99 smart cities. Canada is doing something not even close, but we have our own smart cities campaign. I'm saying this just because I'm a scholar for urban planning, but a number of ideas we've been practicing for a while, and India is ready to receive those. But there is so much to learn from India because there is no way in the world that Canada can spend that kind of money in smart city infrastructure. And so when these students come, they bring a rich plethora of knowledge, practical experience from India, and our students, Canadians, learn a lot from them. Indians could learn a lot in terms of organization, managing the days, sticking to the time and all from Canadian students, but Canadian students could learn what hard work really means. Right? So that's a short response to what you asked.
There's one comment from the back. Yeah, please.
Hi, I'm from University of Waterloo. I agree with most of my colleagues who expressed their ideas, but something I need to add, and we are looking at Waterloo, is the student experience piece. So we want to know, so by sending our students there or bringing Canadian students here, you will share your experience, the intercultural learning. So we want them to have a better experience. So that's something we look at, student experience, whether sending our students to India, will they have a good experience? And the same way, Indian students, can they bring cultural identities and new experience for our students at the institute? And another thing is mainly we are looking at the strategic alignment. So we all have a strategic plan for the university. So when we are selecting partners, we look if it is aligning with our strategic goals.
Yeah.
I think it's not from Canadian side, but as a philosophy of having a collaboration academic is probably more important than having peace between these two countries. Now, if we can afford, because restrictions come in whether it is doable, whether they are constraints, or whether it is affordable. Basically, if you look at the collaborations or networking, a network that happens at the level of a student exchange or even a joint PhD program, the life of such a collaboration is much longer compared to a typical research project collaboration which happens for a few years. Subsequently, the two professors or two researchers, they collaborate somewhere else. The kind of a perennial parameter that comes into it is through the student exchange. And in this mechanism establishes the stronger linkages which can continue for a long time. And it provides us this, the audience, they have already given an idea that it provides a new learning experience. Definitely, you have a new space of interaction because by that time there are limitations within a particular ecosystem that is now relaxed, and it gives ample opportunities in both ways. So it is a much bigger impact and long term and wider. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am Govind Chakrapani, and since the past 1 month, I have affiliation as Vice-Chancellor of Barampi University. I belong to IT Roorkee. Actually, I have maybe 1 or 2 suggestions. Can SICI expand into areas of sports and cultural exchange for students' sake? And second is, there are a lot of American students. I'm a geologist, and India is filled with geological, marvels we have in Himalayas, or you come to South India, you see one of the oldest types. And American students do visit India, and we'd like that Indian students do also visit other countries, but we do not have probably such facilities to visit. But similarly, we would expect if the Canadian university students would like to visit India on a field trip, we can always facilitate that. In fact, when I was in IT Roorkee, we did also take care of their local hospitality, and it was a beautiful exchange program without really having a formal exchange. So this is one way to bring in students. And I am very passionate actually that dramatics, athletics, or cultural exchanges of students is extremely useful. And I'll talk to you on Lowell University, climate change. In the, I don't know, your climate is, you'll come under high latitude country, and we are a tropical country, so climate change impacts will be different in both the places. So probably we can also link up this kind of collaborative work where we can see, India not only is vulnerable to climate change, it also affects millions and millions of our people. So food security is one of the issues that we may have to face abundantly. So we have many such things, and I would really feel that if the Canadian students from universities would like to visit us for a field trip in India, we'll be very happy to host them. I come from the eastern part of India right now. We have a beautiful sea coast. India has 3,000 kilometers of sea coast, one of the largest in this part of the world. And we'd be really happy to have this kind of collaboration. Plus, Siki can probably also, I don't know whether Prachi can, explain, can you fund conferences or workshops?
Thank you, sir, for bringing this to us. I think towards the last session, we are going to talk about all the details wherein the suggestions and ideas that have been generated through the sessions, we'll be taking one by one, and we'll be discussing how much Shastri can intervene in those directions. But if you talk about sports and culture, we have been doing in very informal manner, especially with culture. I would say Shastri started with facilitating cultural exchanges between the two countries. That was the core area of our intervention. For last, I would say, till 2004, we were exclusively into humanities, social sciences, and cultural studies, which also brought into light fine arts and culture that we have in India. Many Canadian scholars used to come and stay here for 6 months, a year. They undergo training in various art forms, dance, music. So we have been doing that. Off lately, I've seen there have been a little less interest coming in from Canada side in these areas. Maybe the notion has gone to Canadian that we are no more interested in those areas, which need to be corrected, I think, because ever since 2004-05, when we started our intervention started into humanities and social sciences, along with science and technology, they thought probably we are winding up working or collaboration in those areas. It is not so. I think we need to re-emphasize the importance of this area. We will be talking about in detail what are the other areas where Shastri can intervene, and sports is one amongst them. So you would be pleased to know that from last year onwards, Government of India has suggested that, earlier we were not actually advised to go to any other department of Government of India for funding. Now they have removed that cap. They said, please go ahead, whether it is industry, whether any other kind of stakeholder in any aspect, you can go and refer to them. So maybe a collaboration between Indian and Canadian stakeholders in terms of sports can also be looked upon, and a small funding can be, pot of money can be generated to work on mutual interest areas. Shastri have programs supporting academic events like conferences, workshops, and seminars. And your university, the Berhampur University, have received, I think, not less than 15 grants to organize such conferences. So I have been part of those conferences by physically present there. So there are opportunities in Impel. It's just that faculty need to be motivated enough to apply for these grants. It's not based on requests. These are adjudicated grants. So you will have to compete with others, similar proposals that comes to Shastri for funding. Thank you.
Professor Sovic.
Coming back, a couple of issues are very specific, relevant to these sessions. I'm talking about science and technology institutes. We have found across various institutes in this country to balance the inbound and outbound flows. I mean, quite often it's outbound from India and the inbound is much less. Whether, is there any way that, again, the interest from the Canadian side has to be good enough to sustain that. And the second one is the twining programs, whether it's undergraduate twining programs or undergraduate master's dovetailed twining programs. Is there any model that any institutes have successfully run in this country? I'm not aware of, but I would like to hear.
There was a comment from the back.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Amit Datta. I belong to All India Council for Technical Education. I'm representing here. On behalf of AICT, just wanted to add information about the student support scheme that more than 6,000 plus institutions are coming under purview of AICT, and we have recently started this scheme for supporting the students and paying their registration fee who are participating in abroad competitions. Thank you so much.
There's one more. Yeah, you can pass the mic to the back.
Yeah, my suggestion is, I mean, this is the probably.
Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, this is Rakhi Chaturvedi from IIT Guwahati and Dean of Alumni and External Relations. Probably this may be a little answer for the previous queries just before him. See, effective, for my understanding, because when we take care of the external relations, international relations, for any effective collaborations, it should be a bilateral movement, and one cannot doubt on it, because the effective collaborations, not only for the students, but the faculty movement, bilateral mobility, and sometimes the staff can also be taken into the loop, who is particularly taking care of the international relations, because they are the right one who are dealing with the international delegates. We have adopted one of the model in one of the program with the Heidelberg University also. The model is as like we do a matchmaking workshop. Matchmaking for the PIs on either of the sides plus the students. What we propose is, this is among the IITs only, 4-5 IITs. What we propose is the local hospitality will be taken care of by the institution who is hosting it. We are pleased to do it always. Travel by the self, or if the Dr. Prachi agrees, then some support can be given on the travel or partial some funding. That's what we have understanding, and then it is working well, because before moving into this is working, what we are working on the PG level, particularly whether it's a master program or the PhD collaborations. The most comfort zone is when we do on the master level collaborations, maybe the students visiting as an intern during when the student is in master program, and once it is done, then the student gain the confidence on the laboratory on either side, and the PI come into the picture, because at the end the PIs or faculty are the one who was interested into the motivating their students. And then if everything works well, the student is moving to the PhD program. It is working as a two-way, because in that process we will encourage our PG students to move into the higher studies PhD program. That's what the concern of all the IITs and all academic institutions, to promote the students for higher studies, our own students. So I feel, I mean, it may work a little, definitely UG is a little different, which we have to, it's not impossible, but we have to deliberate more on how to promote the UG students, because they come in a very different examinations too. University may be a little easier, but if it comes to the MHRD institutions or CFTIs, it is a little different cases. But it's not an impossible. So I propose that matchmaking workshop can be organized frequently, maybe twice in a year, or if it depends on the funding aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, there's interest from the back there. Yeah, you need a mic.
Avik Gupta from Assam University, which is a long-standing member of SICI. And our students actually have been, utilizing many of the the opportunities offered, and also our faculty. But what I was thinking, pointing out here, since so many Canadian colleagues are here, that in Northeast, there are particular areas which really could, have very good collaboration, or even Canadian students coming here and then trying to study. For example, biodiversity is one area which comes to my mind, and also water issues, both in terms of water as a topic in science, also the policy issues in water, and where Canada actually has a rich experience. So perhaps these are the areas where some kind of, dialogue could promote good research in these areas through collaborations. So just I wanted to point out.
There's one more hand raised area.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm from Punjab University. I'm Dean International Relations. And I just wanted, it's a wonderful thought that students exchange programs where students they experience the different culture, country. So that would be a wonderful idea. But along with that, I was thinking of joint research laboratories. When I'm talking of joint research laboratories, we can use the help of internet, where we can have virtual laboratories where the researchers from both the countries are working together on joint projects and sharing their experiences and their expertise and jointly working for some issue like biodiversity or some concern which is a joint concern.
So I guess there is no other interest for intervention. So we had, sorry, one more hand.
Yeah, I think I'm talking about probably energy research. See, I'm from IIT Jammu. See, we all are concerned with the global warming, and we all think clean energy research is something which is crucial. And there are many areas, not only solar, renewables, even the hybrids. So I think this could be possibly an area which could be part of this Indo-Canadian research, joint research. Thank you.
So Prachi, can we close then? Yeah.
Said that energy, if there are common areas wherein we can have more intervention, then probably Shastri can devise a specific program towards that particular area. And as Dr. Chaturvedi was mentioning that matchmaking workshops, kind of, understanding each other's kind of a workshop can be organized. So we may identify those areas and then intervention can happen from our side in keeping in mind those suggestions. If there is any other area that is that from this gathering we can make out.
Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah, which is already part of our agenda for sure, but exclusively we can create something to bring in. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think Chair
So, yes, so I think we had a very good and candid exchange of thoughts. A lot of new ideas have come onto the floor, and the panelists also presented new things. Especially, I would like to thank the presentation from University of Laval, the first French-speaking university to have joined SICI, and the fact that now CSIR has also taken its step forward in terms of academic research, in terms of degree awarding research. And so it is also a platform for international collaboration. And the experience shared from the newer institutes like IIT Tirupati and several other institutes. Of course, we are told that there's a very long-standing institutes are there. For example, Prachi mentioned that some institutes already have held at least 15 conferences with support provided directly or indirectly by SICI. So that shows that the amount of catalytic role and the helpful role that SICI is playing. And I'm sure that the last session in which you will have suggestions where you can collate all the suggestions, that will be good. And we'll wish the new president, Professor Shaji Thomas, Mini Thomas, to take this forward. And hopefully we all will gain from it. I think the best thought that came from the floor was that it has to be mutually beneficial. I think that is the key word. Unless it is mutually beneficial, just for the sake of collaboration, it won't happen. Both parties have to feel that there is something they are getting out of it. So with these words, I would like to close the session. Thank you for joining the session.
Thank you, Chair, sir, and the speakers. And thanks, everyone, for being a wonderful audience and so interactive this morning. Definitely understanding the requirements of, the international collaborations that we, look forward to have with each other. So the lunch is being served outside, right outside where we had our tea this morning. So I request you to please move there. And we'll be back for our next session in an hour's time. So we will be meeting here in Divanayam in this hall. So look forward to catching up again with you. Thank you. For the summit, and that's day 2 for the people who have arrived today. So this would be the role of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute in navigating the agenda, joining hands with other stakeholders. So I would like to invite the chair and the speakers on the stage, please. I have just now been told that we would like to have a beautiful group photograph of us as a big gathering. So may I request all of you to please come here on the stage, everyone. We will try to adjust everybody here and we'll get a nice picture of the background and of the hall. And that's where we spent the last 2 days, so we would like to take some memories from here. Thank you, everyone, and these pictures will be posted soon on the social media, and you're more than welcome to collect it from there. So for this particular session, I would just repeat it. This is the role of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute in navigating the agenda, joining hands with other stakeholders, and towards your right-hand side on the dais is Dr. Graham Carr, Interim President and Vice-Chancellor, Concordia University, Canada. Dr. Mini Shaji Thomas, who's also the chair of this session. She's a vice president, president-elect, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute. Dr. John Reed, he's the president, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, and Dr. Prachi Kaul, director, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute. So I request Dr. Thomas to please proceed with the formal program. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have had deliberations over the last 1.5 days as to how we can collaborate between the two countries, great nations of Canada and India. And I'm sure you would have made connections, networks with your peers in India and in Canada. So this panel, we would like to bring in the role of Shastri, Indo-Canadian Institute, in building the bridges between the two countries, which we have been doing, but maybe we can do better. We need to find more options. We need to find more programs. And more importantly, we need to get more funding to enhance our programs. From the discussions we had over these 2 days, we know that a lot can be done. So we have very eminent speakers here on this panel who have actually grown through the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, and we have chosen the right people for this session. I have 2 people from the sort of administration of the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, and we have 2 member institutes being represented on the stage so that we get both the perspective. One from the SICI side as administrators. At the same time, we have people from the universities which are our members. So I would like to introduce the panel to you. Dr. John Reed is the president of SICI. He has been with us with the activities of SICI for a long time, so he knows the good things we are doing, the challenges we are facing. So John will be presenting about the issues here, and Dr. Prachi will supplement that with her experiences with the India office. And then we have 2 speakers, Dr. Graham from Concordia. He will bring in his experiences with SICI, and we are expecting Dr. Suranjan Das, Vice-Chancellor of Jadavpur University, who was a member of the Indian delegation in the first SICI Summit 2011 in Ottawa. So we would like to see from these speakers how we evolved as an institution, SICI, and what is our way forward. So this is the agenda setting for this session, and we would like to hear from you what exactly is the way forward for SICI and what the member institutions can benefit. Because I feel that when you become a member of an institution or an organization, what you are looking forward is value for the membership. So unless we are able to provide that value, I think we are not satisfying our members. So we cannot restrict it to, because Prachi was mentioning in the morning that, there is a feeling that nowadays SICI is concentrating more on science and technology, where it started as more of cultural and, humanities and social sciences exchange. But over the time, we included other disciplines into our fold, and now we are into technology, we are into medicine, management, and a lot more things. So, but then the funding of individual programs depends on the kitty, how much we can afford to supply. We need to do a lot more, but then we have to optimize depending upon the resources, as well as we want to maintain very high quality of our programs. So this is a challenging situation where we have to balance. So I'm sure this august audience here with representation from Canada as well as India will give us a lot of inputs, and we will be summarizing all this, and then we will decide how to take it forward. So this is so this session is very important. I know after lunch it is a hard time, but I think this will take us forward. We don't know when the next summit is going to happen. So you need to give us all the feedback you need to take this organization forward in a positive manner for contributing to the mutual collaboration between India and Canada. So with these few words, I request Dr. John Reed to present his views. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. I'm going to take a few minutes to, first of all, review briefly what it is that we do as an institute. And I'm very conscious that for many people in the room, this may not be new, but for others, I think it may be useful just to have a common benchmark as to what Shastri is currently doing as a kind of preliminary to thinking about what we could do, may do, and the challenges we may face in terms of really enhancing our contributions in the future. So I have a brief PowerPoint here that begins with the beginning, with the, as you've already heard yesterday, the Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri was the first to enunciate the idea of an institute that would bring Canada and India together with the leadership of academic exchange. And then after his untimely passing, it was Prime Minister Pearson of Canada who advanced the proposal, and thus, as a tribute to Prime Minister Shastri, it took his name. This is the mission. Every good organization must have a mission statement, and this is ours. And you can see that it is one that emphasizes particular kinds of exchange, dialogue, academic connections, and yet it does, I think, also, by implication, bring out the way in which we do see ourselves, in a sense, as contributing to the broader relationship between two very important countries in the world. And obviously we're not professional diplomats, but there is a certain sense that we feel a responsibility to have a role of that kind. I'm a historian by trade, so of course the historical evolution, but I'm not going to labor the various stages, simply to indicate that when Shastri was founded 51 years ago, there were 3 member institutions, UBC, U of T, and McGill, that we progressed through Indian studies, Canadian studies, that for a number of years we had a close relationship with CEDA. That changed partly because, as people will know, India ceased to accept international aid, but also because CEDA eventually was folded into Global Affairs Canada. In 2005, we became fully binational. We are binational in terms of constitution, organization, administration, as well as in the programs that we have. And at the same time, we also began, or almost the same time, a great expansion in disciplinary and interdisciplinary areas. Previous to 2005, the emphasis was heavily on humanities and social sciences, still a very important area for us, but now we're also more widely interdisciplinary. And since 2010 and going up to the next scheduled renewal, we have operated, of course, under the Canada-India MOU. We were very happy about a year and a half ago when the 2 prime ministers of the respective countries included in their fairly short common communique a substantial reference to Shastri, recognizing the 50th anniversary, and the role of SIKI in promoting understanding between India and Canada through academic activities and exchanges with the support of both governments to the Institute. So that was a very explicit endorsement on both sides. I mentioned 1968, we began, I say it seems natural to me to use the first person, though I was not actually involved in 1968. 3 founding members. By the time we went binational, we were 27, all Canadian. Today, 147 members, 110 in India, 37 in Canada. Our areas of activity are grant programs in the areas you student mobility, faculty mobility, collaborative research, knowledge application or dissemination. We're also the nodal point for Canada of important Government of India programs about which you've heard in the past day or so, GIAN, potentially GIAN Plus, and also the SPARK program, the program that deals in research collaborations. We are very keen to expand partnerships, and one of the great achievements, I think, of recent months has been the partnership program with Mitacs, which we're just delighted both to be working with our friends and colleagues at Mitacs and also with the impact that this program we hope will have, we're sure it will have. So that's another partnership program. But we are looking to add partnership programs. We've had a major outreach initiative to the Canadian provinces in recent months, and we hope that that will bear fruit as well. And finally, networking and facilitation activities. And there was some very interesting discussion yesterday about things we could do additionally in terms of facilitation, and we will be looking very seriously at that very soon. Again, our areas of interest, totally interdisciplinary, both multidisciplinary, but also we are very receptive to interdisciplinary proposals. That's an area, I think, and I'm thinking back to the session we had, or one of the sessions we had just before lunch, where interdisciplinarity, I think, could emerge as an even greater theme. At the moment, there are no barriers to interdisciplinary projects. Perhaps we need to move to a more proactive approach that would actually give tangible encouragement to interdisciplinary developments. That's another, really, of the many exciting suggestions and themes that have been emphasized yesterday and today. So interdisciplinarity, obviously training of highly qualified people, internationalized insights. And what is interesting, I think, is that although we are very member-driven, what happens in our programs really depends on the proposals that our members put forward. And yet there are some very clear cross-cutting themes that have been emerging. Environmental themes, including water security and other environmental issues related to that, food security, gender issues, indigeneity, urban studies, because clearly there are some affinities between the countries in that area, as well as rural development. So these are some of the cross-cutting themes that just through observation clearly have been emerging. Now, what could we do that we're not doing? What could we do better that we are already doing but could improve on? These, as I mentioned yesterday morning, are very important questions for us. In our ability to act upon recommendations that may come forward, I think I would be misleading people if I didn't recognize that we have some significant challenges. And as Dr. Thomas mentioned at the beginning, we do have funding challenges. We are extremely well resourced on the Indian side, while on the Canadian side, last year, 2018-19, and this year, 2019-20, our only significant sources of revenue are membership fees, which are much appreciated, but they, in effect, are our only Canadian revenues. So that the situation that exists is that Canada, it rather saddens me to say, is very much the junior partner. That Canada, our Canada office, is necessarily, not by our choice, a much smaller office than the thriving office that we have in India. And clearly there is an imbalance in our resources that is likely not sustainable in the longer term. So that that, I think, is part of the picture that, again, I could not omit. What I will say is that if we can resolve that particular challenge, I think we're well placed to do some very exciting things that would be of enormous benefit to all of our members in both countries, and I venture to say to both countries as a whole. What are some of these things? a number of years ago during our CEDA days, we had a program known as the SHARP program, the Shastri Applied Research Program, which particularly, it was a medium-sized program. None of our programs are the equivalent of tri-council programs, for example, in Canadian terms. We're not as large an operation as that. But the SHARP grants, which had a development focus during the CEDA years, were specifically policy-oriented, leading-edge research with policy recommendations to come along with that research. And they were grants in the region of $150,000, give or take, something of that nature. And what I think we would love to do, if resources permitted, would be to, again, do something of that nature. Now, it would not be development-oriented this time around, except that perhaps the Sustainable Development Goals might inform some applications, perhaps. But I think what we really would look towards is, and here I think back to our very fine first session this morning, innovation. A program that would have binational research, that would bring out policy implications, that would bring us into the realms of innovation in that sense, social innovation, scientific innovation, industrial innovation, and all the others that were talked about so eloquently in that first session. And I think we'd be extremely well placed to contribute to an innovation culture, particularly in the sense that in the session this morning, people very rightly identified factors like creativity, enterprising approaches, and other characteristics of innovation. What I might add to that is a cross-cultural approach. And that comes in many forms. I mean, for example, in Canadian universities, there's a very significant move towards indigenizing the academy and bringing Indigenous knowledge into the realm of our activities. And that, to me, is a tremendous force for innovation. But equally, in our binational context, the ability to coordinate Canadian and Indian approaches to bring in cross-cultural approaches to innovation questions also strikes me as a tremendous value added that we as a Shastri Institute are absolutely well placed to provide. So that's one possible direction. Another direction that we would love to, that we've discussed extensively, we would love to explore is some way of redressing the imbalance in terms of mobility, especially student mobility. Many Indian students study in various ways and capacities in Canada. Relatively speaking, very few Canadian students come to India. Now, it's not just India, but for us, India is the particular area of concern. And one of the things that we would love to do as a program, and this was mentioned in the discussion yesterday, would be to facilitate some elements of group mobility by Canadian students. And what experience has shown is that students who go in a group setting, a mentored focus group, probably in the context of a course given in Canada, people who go as students in that context then will come back in other contexts. And so what we're really talking about here is balance. I mean, we're talking about something that would be oriented, at least at first, to the Canadian side, but we're looking at balance here. The Indian side would not be excluded. But I think what we're all about as a Shastri Institute is partnership between the two countries and a productive, well-balanced partnership. And so that's another area in which we could operate. A third one, I'm going on too long here, but a third one might well be focused research groups that would be led by a particular researcher from Canada or India who's associated with the Shastri Institute, that in governance terms might operate outside of our granting programs, but in effect report directly to the Executive Council and be a kind of standing research group that could both stimulate research in many disciplines potentially, probably with one group for each particular disciplinary focus or interdisciplinary focus, but there could be multiple groups. But that each would also be accessible to respond to questions. And I'm thinking here particularly about our provincial outreach, that all of the provinces in their different ways, and I'm sure the same goes for Indian states, have particular areas of research that they're interested in that perhaps have a direct relevance to the provincial or potentially state economy. And so this would be a cluster that would be a kind of point of entry to bring to bear leading edge research on a question that was very significant to a particular province or state. Anyway, I could go on because I think the potential here is enormous. Again, as I said a moment ago, there are challenges, particularly the resource challenge. And yet, as we go into our 52nd year, here now, as you know, up until now I've been absolutely analytical and dispassionate, but now I blow our horn and to say that one of the great achievements, I think, one of the things that for me, I've been involved for a few years, but I'm still a relative newcomer building on the achievements of previous years and decades, that particularly since 2005, that ability to become seamlessly binational. You know, we work together all the time, and that I think is a great strength. And we're also very future, and that I think is also a strength of our organization. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John, for bringing the SICKI goals and a brief of the programs, and you touched upon the challenges ahead and also you proposed some new initiatives. I request Dr. Prachi Kaul to supplement what Dr. John said with her experience as the director. Dr. Prachi.
Thank you, Chair. I think Professor Reid has rightly placed in, I mean, it was important for this gathering to understand the kind of programming that we have in place. Just to add on to programming component, you know, the programming of Shastri Institute, I can broadly say it's overlapping in three areas or areas that I would denote to as important stakeholders in higher education and as well as the two governments. So the funding that we receive from Government of India is primarily disbursed in form of awards and grants to scholars, those who are associated with our member institutions in India and Canada. So that is one set of programming that we have. That's based on the education that Shastri holds, you know, for all these programs, whether it is to facilitate mobility program of faculty or for students or internship programs or postdoctoral fellowships or doctoral fellowships or for that matter, collaborative research. Now, this is the set of programming that is exclusively done and operated by Shastri Institute by the funding that we receive from Government of India or by Government of Canada. So that is one set of programming. The other set of programming that we have, wherein Dr. Reid has mentioned about the program that we are supporting or facilitating on behalf of governments. So like initially, when we used to have Understanding Canada program, I mean, for good 25 to 30 years, we were Managing Understanding Canada program on behalf of Government of Canada, actually. So all the missions abroad in, I think, 30 to 35 countries, they have had this program going on. But in India, the program was being managed by Shastri Institute. Similarly, now we have a component of programming that we facilitate on, and that is program that federal government of India place in, that is through MHRD, which is like Gyan or new component, new chapter of Gyan that is going to be introduced soon is Gyan Plus. Similarly, Spark program, Vajra from Department of Science and Technology. We haven't got involved to that extent in that program, but Gyan and Spark, we are very much involved. We have been also deputed along with IIT Ropar as a coordinating agency, coordinating institute, because we are well versed with Canadian universities, and for Canada, they have deputed us. Now, Gyan and Gyan Plus or Spark program are very, very important for me to mention here, because they are not adjudicated through us. They have a separate screening committee set up by Government of India. But our role is to promote this program and bring some more enrichment that can come through these program recipients. And also to place forward an opportunity for the Canadian counterparts. And because we have right now good Canadian universities representations, and that brings me to also talk about our engagement at provincial level. So if there are provinces and these universities who are coming from different provinces of Canada can take this forward to their education department, it's an open invitation from Government of India's side through Shastri Institute. We are funding, Government of India is funding extensively, and it's a big budgeted program from 50 lakhs to 1 crore and even beyond. So Government of India has proposed that apart from these, howsoever the number of awards they grant to Canada, apart from that, if there is still interest to collaborate, they are willing to operate on 50-50 partnership. So supposedly there were 100 applications received for Spark program by Government of India from Canadian institutions, and they grant top 10. But doesn't mean that rest of the 80 applications are not of good quality. There would be at least 10, 15 of equally good quality, but there would be some challenges that they faced and they encountered during adjudication. So what they want, we can have a workshop with these 10 and 15 applicants who are at the top 20, 25, and we can meet with them, we can ask them to improvise the proposal, and once their committees that are screening these applications are satisfied, Government of India is ready to pitch in 50% more. So what they want at the provincial level or at the federal level from Canada, that if there's a willingness, they can partner and they can pitch in to create a pot of money to fund next 10 or 15 more applications. So it's like a win-win situation, but the agenda here is to facilitate more and more collaboration. And as you know, Spark is a platform wherein there are going to be 2 faculties from Canada side or 2 from India side, and there are going to be a set of students also involved greatly. So this is one proposition that I would like to place forward to all of you coming in from Canada side. If you want to take it forward in terms of discussing this at your provincial level, I will be really pleased, and Shastri can be a facilitator on that account. So universities, like if you're coming from Ontario, if you're coming from Saskatchewan, if you're coming from Quebec, if you can take this forward to discuss with your provincial government, we would be pleased to provide you with more information, a formal proposal. And I actually pitched this while I had, along with the president, have visited these provincial governments in last June. So the idea is incepted. It is for the universities now to take it forward and place this to your government that you are actually interested to collaborate. So bring in a bit of money, because Government of India is keen on it and they have already placed this on table. So this is one component that I would like to highlight here. For Gyan, for many Indian institutions that are part of our network, wherein they think that they are not able to participate just because they are not centrally funded or federal funded universities, they are not eligible to apply for Gyan program. Herein we have added that enrichment as well. So when a scholar is awarded a Gyan award from Canada, we write to the scholar that, sir or ma'am, if you are keen on developing further enrichment, if you are keen on sharing your knowledge with other member institutions while you are coming to India, please extend your travel for 2 or 3 more days And then we write to our member institution in India if they want to invite them, especially those who are not eligible to apply under GYAN program. So the resource person who is already in-house, he can or she can be traveling to respective institutions, those who are not eligible to apply for the GYAN program, and make use of their presence. So that is an additional component, and for which all the expenses are being taken care of by Shastri Institute. Another component that throughout the discussions in 2 days that came to me was co-teaching. And I think the existing programs are there. I think sometimes we go lazy around and we don't feel like writing a grant to Shastri Institute, but there are enough provisions for the faculty to apply to Shastri grant to be able to be in India or Canada and co-teach a course with your fellow colleague. So this opportunity is there. The point here is how many awards we can grant. So every year we are not over 20 awards we are able to facilitate from Shastri's side. Now, pitching in more funding, bringing in more funding, and having a pocketed view about it. So if it's a science and technology or engineering, supposedly it is just energy that we have been talking about. And if it is energy, who are the major stakeholders around? Is it only federal government? Is it only provincial government? Or there are other councils that are related to these areas? And if we can pitch in the idea at respective places, if they can bring in a little money, that we can create a pot of money, and out of that we can exclusively fund a couple of awards in energy sector, or a couple of awards in law, a couple of awards in sustainable development, and there are various components to it, as we have understood. So accordingly, we can devise our programming, keeping those things in mind. Engaging with, provincial government have been, was received as a good idea, but there are challenges as well. We can diversify our mandate, but up to an extent. If a provincial government is interested in having a kind of enrichment coming in for their students from India in terms of building their capacity, especially in science and technology, where India is known for, we are ready to do it. But if it is something that is beyond our capacities, probably it would be difficult for us to invest on in terms of funding. Because as it is, we have a very small pot available. And right now what we are getting is only from Government of India. So, and I remain positive there are going to be opportunities wherein we are going to get some money from Canada as well. There has to be some money coming in for sure, but then when it is coming and how much in quantum, and the quantum is also important. So giving 50 awards every year in terms of engaging students is not enough to my understanding. Also leveraging on whatever is available. It is not only Shastri, because this session is also talking about joining hands with other stakeholders. I would say Mitacs is a wonderful opportunity we got in collaboration. Now that is going to facilitate movement of 100 students from India at the undergrad level. So which is a good number. If you club all these numbers together, it is going to be a substantial number that is going to be in place. Similarly, 100 more, and this number is not restricted to number 100. It is going to increase if we see that there's interest. And my colleague can share the exact number, but then I think it was over 600 applications that we have received over the period of 1 month when the announcement was on for Mitacs and Shastri collaboration led internship program. And we have had only 100 awards to recommend. And all good, the criteria was so stringent, like minimum 85% or CGPA of this level is required to compete with it. So I think there are opportunities. Similarly, 100 postgraduate level, graduate level scholarships or awards are going to be available, and that's equal in number, like Canadians can come in and Indians can go out. So it is not so that opportunities are not there, it's just that we have to make out how to make use of that. Integrating into your own existing program is also an important feature of it. So if you have a program I was, Dr. Rao, Director IIT Delhi, I mean, he spoke about it, and he said there are 3 important areas we need to have collaboration, which is, dual degree, joint PhD program, twinning program, and student of undergrad. All these things can be facilitated if there's a dual degree program or a joint PhD program for which a residency is. Student, a doctoral scholar from IIT Delhi can go to Concordia University, stay there for 6 months if he has or she has applied for Shastri funding, and if she's successful. Of course, there's no surety about it that she will get, but she can try, and I think if she is a good scholar, there are enough opportunities for her to explore. Similarly, for student, a semester exchange program, if there are keenness, we can facilitate that as well. So, integrating these components to make use of to the proposition that you have in your mind is very, very important, I think. So this is one important factor. We have been listening throughout the session to have a network, and it is important to have a mapping of interest as well, mapping of institutional profiles. A lot lies in your code, because we can only communicate, we can prepare this map, we can prepare this network only with your facilitation. So you have to tell me, see, I have an expertise in this area. When my office, this is purely administrative, challenges that I am sharing with you. When I write to you, all of you, please respond back positively. When I want to understand that what McMaster excels in, what McMaster proposes to Indian institution, please come back to me. And similarly, if SNDT is there, if you want to have collaboration, please let us know what are the areas wherein the collaboration can be fertile, what enrichment you can provide to our Canadian institutions. So that mapping can only happen with your support. If your support is there, I can do that, and I promise that within a year's time you will have some kind of concrete. There was a suggestion from one of the president, that we can even have a, like a website that similar to U15, Canada's U15. We can also think about that. These recommendations are going to be channeled to right officials at MHRD for sure, and they would be listening to it very carefully, because we have at place right now, as everybody have been saying throughout, that this is the right time to receive ideas at the end of Government of India for sure. The officials at this end are very, very receptive, and they are keen to facilitate as well, whether it is through funding or whether it is through sharing of ideas and knowledge. So I think if that can be done, we would be really keen to work on with your support. So primarily these are the areas I think Shastri can actually join hands with the stakeholders to ensure that there's enough opportunities for our members to engage on, that may not exclusively through Shastri Institute. They may be exclusively from Shastri Institute, but they may not be. But joining hands and twinning our arrangements in terms of, as we have done with Mitacs, maybe in 6 months' time, you will get to hear that we have got into formal collaboration with Tri-Council of Canada, because they are the agencies who can actually bring in a platform that can be similar to what Shastri provides, and with a little money, little support, I think we would be good to engage with similar platform in India, like Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Indian Council for Agricultural Research, likewise. So it is the time, I think, going beyond federal and provincial government, going to industry, going to similar councils and societies that have mutual interest in collaboration, not specifically within India, but internationally. So I think this is something that I wanted to add on, Dr. Thomas. But ideas have been received, and in the next session we are going to receive it further. So I think we can take it forward from that side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prachi. We have a fair idea as to what are the future prospects from that. We move on to Dr. Graham Carr for your inputs regarding the mutual collaboration. Thank you.
Just indulge me for one moment. There's a heavy breeze on the platform. Bonjour. Il me fait très grand plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui et de partager quelques réflexions au sujet de futurs rôles de l'Institut Shastri en s'engageant avec des parties prenantes. So now that I have your attention, I want to say first of all that Concordia University has a long history with the Shastri Institute. Some of you who've been associated with Shastri for a long time may remember the names Bir Sani and John Hill, both of whom were involved as leaders or council members of Shastri a number of years ago. And over the years, many faculty members from our university have benefited, along with students, from the various programs that Shastri supports. Faculty members in departments as different as economics or religion or bioengineering, aerospace, and even cinema. And so the breadth of the Shastri experience is something that we've certainly experienced at Concordia. We, for those of you who are not familiar with Concordia, we fashion ourselves as Canada's next generation university, and it's in that spirit that I welcome the opportunity to reflect a little bit on the future of Shastri and the role that, what should we call it, Shastri 4.0 can play to engage stakeholders. And as we were reminded in some of the sessions this morning, to make an impact in the future. I'm an historian of cultural diplomacy by training, and it seems to me that the essential mission of Shastri, if you encapsulate the mission statement that my colleague John Reed showed earlier, is to be a mobilizer. That the Shastri Institute is there to mobilize networks, to mobilize interactions, to mobilize exchanges with the greater purpose of fostering bilateral relationships between Canada and India and advancing knowledge that makes a difference in society. And in thinking about that mission of being a mobilizer and that mission of continually enriching the discourse and the dialogue between Canada and India, I thought I would try to focus on three axes for the future. Let's call it the 3M formula: mandates, mindset, and materializing exchange. And then I'm going to end with a trailing question. But first, let me tell you a little bit about my university so you get a better sense of where these remarks are coming from. So Concordia is a non-medical university located in Montreal. We have Montreal, of course, which is the most desirable city in North America to be a university student year over year. We have about 50,000 students coming from 155 different countries. 20% of our students speak French as their first language. More than 30% of our students speak a language other than English or French as a first language. And that diversity is very critical to who we are. The university is only 45 years old. We're actually younger than the Shastri Institute. But for the last 2 years, both Times Higher Education and QS have ranked Concordia University as the top North American university that's less than 50 years old. And why is that the case? Well, I think it's partly because of our programs and our research. The Economist magazine and Bloomberg both rate our MBA program in the top 100 in the world. QS ranks our art and design faculty in the top 100 in the world. We have Canada's largest university-led cybersecurity lab. We have Canada's only Canada Excellence Research Chair in smart, sustainable, and resilient cities and communities. We've created the first and only synthetic biology biofoundry in Canada. We also have the only engineering school in North America that's named for a woman, Gina Cody. And very recently, we launched SHIFT, a social entrepreneurship and innovation center with a focus on social transformation. Like all of you, I could go on and tell you more about the university, but what I really want to focus on is the fact that as a young university, I believe that Concordia has been a progressive disruptor in higher education. And we've been able to disrupt things because we've been willing to do things differently, to collaborate across disciplines, across sectors. We believe that partnerships are absolutely key to accomplishing progressively in higher education in the future. Partnerships with community, partnerships with other universities, partnership with industry, with government, with non-government organizations. And we also believe that we have to try to walk some of the talk of our research activity as an organization, which is why just a few weeks ago we became the first university in Canada whose foundation, our endowment fund, committed to converting all of our endowments in support of the university to 100% investment in sustainable investments by 2025. I think there's another key part to our culture at Concordia, which is that, and I heard Peter Stoichev, my colleague from University of Saskatchewan this morning, talking about the value of listening. I think one of the things that's very important in terms of stakeholder engagement and important for all of us, and certainly for the Shastri Institute to think about going forward, is that universities are filled with brilliant people, but we do not have a monopoly on knowledge. And we need to find ways to work with other knowledge keepers in society successfully going forward. So now I want to think a little bit about what some of the opportunities are for Shastri. You know a little bit more about where I'm coming from here. Shastri is a complex organization, an organization that attempts to marry two different countries and two different cultures, that has more than 150 members of its council, so more than 150 internal stakeholders, operating across two geographically, physically huge territories, two very multicultural, multilinguistic countries, separated by thousands and thousands of kilometers, with very different histories and very different contemporary realities. Yet, as we also learned yesterday, together these two countries generate something like $10 billion annually in activity. And Canada now recruits more international students from India than any other country in the world. Part of the challenge for the Shastri Institute, for all of us who support Shastri, is how to get the attention of two governments that have a lot on their policy agenda. And I would say to my Canadian colleagues in particular, one of the things that we need to begin doing is mobilizing the narrative around the reality that the majority of international students coming to Canada are Indian, and asking, therefore, what do we need to do as a society, as a partner in that transfer of knowledge and that transfer of talent, to better understand and better work with the Indian subcontinent. I appreciate that in looking to the future, Shastri is operating with limited resources. So what I'm going to propose, I'm going to try some out-of-the-box thinking here, are three things, that 3M formula, which could represent smart, innovative investments, I think. The first is I see a mobilizing opportunity for Shastri 4.0 as fostering engagement around a select number of key mandates that address shared grand challenges. And if I think back over the last 2 days, a couple of them have come forward, and John and Prachi, you both summarized some of these. One is climate change and sustainability. That's a critical issue, which is confronting both countries, which is confronting the world. Individual and community health is another major area of activity that has emerged as a result of Shastri funding, and it's a major area of activity and concern for governments both in India and Canada. But there's a third one that I didn't hear much about here, but I know is top of mind in the Canadian context, and I suspect it's top of mind in the Indian context as well, and that's a conversation around the theme of the next economy and the future of work in a highly disruptive moment in time. And it seems to me that in a reality of limited resources, if the Shastri Institute wanted to have an impact or wanted to get the attention of government, that one way to do that would be to concentrate and focus some buckets of funding around those three major themes. Those are priority areas for both governments, but they're also priority areas for virtually every other stakeholder organization outside the academy, whether it's business, whether it's NGOs, whether it's labor unions, you name it. And we all know, and I've been listening carefully over the last 2 days, that people have stood up and did what I did a little earlier and talked about what's going on at their university. I think we can all say that these are three buckets that we could all play with, and that people from a variety of disciplines in our universities could see themselves in a funding strategy that focused around climate change and sustainability, that focused around individual and community health, and that focused around the future of work in a moment of disruptive technology. And I think if the Shastri Institute and all of us clustered our activities, some of our activities at least, around those three themes, it would increase the chance of generating outcomes, and it's outcomes that governments want to see. And then those outcomes would help leverage the next phase of discussion around how Shastri could be funded and supported. The second of the 3M formula that I want to pitch to you here is a mobilizing opportunity around Shastri inspiring or inculcating an innovation mindset. There was a lot of conversation yesterday and again today around the importance of innovation and entrepreneurship. And I think on all of our campuses, we realize this is happening and this is going to happen more and more, and that's a good thing. Listening to the sessions yesterday and today, it's clear that in both countries, the turn is happening in academia toward entrepreneurship, toward the development of incubators, toward experiential learning, toward social innovation. That's just becoming part of our discourse. That's becoming part of our reality. And it's not an abandonment of the classic Shastri mandate in the humanities and the social sciences, where I come from, where Doug Piers comes from, where Peter comes from. It's not an abandonment of that at all. It's a continuum, it's a variation, it's a realization of the contributions that the arts and social sciences can make to these important discussions around social change and innovation. But what's the role of Shastri in all of this? Had the opportunity to listen to Dr. Anil and speak with him a bit this morning, and he was very passionate about hackathons. And I'm sure on most of our campuses we've experienced or experimented with hackathons, and we know it's something that mobilizes student activity, and we know it's something that captures the public imagination. You know, I think if Shastri wanted to do something bold, on the innovative agenda that's also remarkably inexpensive and that would create a wow factor, it would be to create a Canada-India hackathon on a grand challenge of one form or the other. I only know a bit about the Prime Minister of India from what I read in the newspapers, but I think one of the shared attributes of our prime ministers is they both like a wow factor. They both like a theater, and the theater of the hackathon is something that I think would speak volumes and be heard. I know the Government of Canada, in its previous incarnation, was investing heavily in youth, in coding programs for youth, so on and so forth. It's a language that government increasingly speaks, for better or worse. And I think it would be a bold statement about Shastri for the future if it could somehow coordinate with Mitacs, coordinate with various universities in an inexpensive, high visible way to bring the innovation agenda to greater attention. The third point of my reflection is about how to use Shastri's limited resources, but its prestige for new purposes. And here, the third M is the materialization of networks. And network building is important for Shastri, but I'm talking about network building for the future, network building through digital technology. How do we harness the efficiency and the cost effectiveness of digital technology to create a new type of mobility program? Not a physical mobility program, but a virtual mobility program that allows students in Bangalore and students in British Columbia to share a classroom experience, to share lab experiences. Some of this is already happening. But is there a way to advance the technologies of e-learning, advance the technologies of e-research, of digital research, to bring Canada, India together in a more future-oriented type of collaboration? And I'm going to add one last point on this question of materializing new networks and a new form of mobility through the digital. And that is that as I look ahead, I think the pressure is going to mount on all of us as university leaders and as participants in conferences like this. The pressure is going to mount around the carbon footprint. The pressure is going to mount around the sustainability implications of bringing hundreds of people together from thousands of kilometers away for 48 hours to talk about, pick a topic of your choice. So I think that there's also an opportunity here for Shastri perhaps to lead the way, again, in a kind of cost-efficient fashion, to think about how to break out of some of the mold of the important face-to-face meetings. And I'm not suggesting that face-to-face meetings should be eliminated altogether, but is there an opportunity to materialize new networks, again, through the digital, through some form of digital conferencing in the future, through something that might not reach a plenary of 1,000 people, but could effectively bring together large numbers of Canadian and Indian scholars on themes that matter, because I really believe we are going to be under pressure to stop meeting as we have been becoming accustomed to meet over the last many years. The last point I want to make, and then I'll stop, is to end with a little bit of a question, and that has to do with the stakeholder discussion. Listening in over the past couple of days, when we talked about stakeholders, very often that was synonymous for government. It was synonymous for industry, to a lesser degree, NGOs. It's probably a problematic terminology, but I think there's another stakeholder group that we need to be paying very close attention to, and that's students. And that stakeholder group, at least in Canada, and I believe in India, is changing dramatically. How will the demographics of learning change in the future? How should that affect all of what we do, and how should that affect Shastri's thinking about students as stakeholders in its future programming? The democratization of knowledge and access to education, the growth of the imperative of lifelong learning is disrupting the nature of higher education, and it's doing so very quickly. And how will universities in both India and Canada continue to be relevant to those student stakeholders with the onset of other types of competition crowding into the higher education sphere? And here I'm talking about Google with Udacity courses or Amazon. You know, we've had an easy monopoly on higher education in the university sector for a long time. That's about to change. It is already changing because higher education is seen as a hugely profitable enterprise for many large transnational corporations. Change is happening at warp speed to disruptive effect, and I think if Shastri can be part of that conversation, that will also do it well and in good stead in terms of its representations to government. Let me just close by saying that I'm pitching some ideas which may be out of the box. That's fine. I explained the context from. But I think that Shastri has a very unique opportunity here. There are not very many academic organizations in the world that attempt to do what Shastri does, to bring together scholarly communities from two countries that represent large economies, that represent large democracies in an increasingly troubled world, that have inexhaustible resources of talent and knowledge and training. I think that's a massive advantage. There's a narrative there that Shastri needs to hone and needs to perfect to tell its story going forward, but so I think Shastri will be looking at another 50 or 52 years of success in the future. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Kar. That was wonderful. If you call it disruptive, that way, but it was wonderful because I like the Shastri 4.0, which you named it, and thanks for bringing in the, making us aware of the changing student community, which we are all facing, and especially, the students have different needs. They are totally different nowadays. Recently, we had a workshop in my institute, how to deal with the millennials. We had it for all our faculty members. It was a compulsory program we did because we have to handle the new age students, and it's an important point that SICI should also look into with that in mind, that the student needs are changing. That's a good input. Thank you so much, and for your 3M mandates. Now, we would like to have some observations from the audience. You listen to 3 speakers on stage. What should be our way forward? Your comments are most important. Your observations are most important for us to take the institution forward. So, the floor is open now.
Thank you very much for a wonderful session. It was very, very illuminating.
Would you please introduce
Yeah,
yourself?
my name is Amit Kumar. I'm from English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Yeah. What Dr. Kar was saying brings to light several ideas in the mind. And I was just wondering, in order to realize this, the 3 ideas, the three key areas that you highlighted: sustainable development and climate change, and the future of technology. Yeah. These are the 3 interesting things that you highlighted, and one of the important things that probably we could do is, through Shastri, is it possible for us to hold summer schools which will help students maybe twice a year for about 10 days or 15 days, and helping them, thereby we get all the 3: mandate, mindset, and materializing this particular thing, and developing networks, etc., etc. This will be a wonderful activity to have summer schools, and twice a year, maybe we can have experts from Canada, and probably, I don't know whether they are still existing. I'm just thinking out loud. So, any views about that?
For sure. I mean, we have a program in place called Program Development Grant, and IIT Gandhinagar is going to have a winter school. They have collaborated with the University of Saskatchewan, and they are going to be faculty from Saskatchewan coming in, and it's a wonderful initiative and something that the University of Saskatchewan has built up over the period of time, which is digital humanities. So if you are willing to have something similar, please send in your application when we announce the program. It is just so that the funding is limited. So you will have to pool in the resources. So the ideal proposition here, what I place is 1:1:1. So three funding agencies coming together. We consider your parent university as also a partner to it. So you seek some funding from Shastri, some from IFLU, and some from the partnering institute. So, and then to create a pot of money to disperse for this particular program.
This has been a wonderful session in terms of taking stock of where we have come from, where we are, and where we need to go. And thank you all the panelists for all their great ideas. And as I stand here today, I reflect pre-2005, and some of us worked hard, including Bir Sahni, you mentioned. I was green and he was my mentor. And Hill was green and I was his mentor. And we worked hard to make this a truly binational entity. 2005, that dream became a reality, with its own very positive contributions, but also very significant kind of challenges. And over the years, we tried our best to overcome those challenges, but one challenge that continues to be here, I would say, another challenge we created for ourselves. One challenge that continues to be here, the last significant funding that we got from Government of India was when I was President, 2012. My term ended. Since 2012, there has been no significant funding from government. We got 200,000, 300,000, blah, blah, blah. So how do we go about that? That's one challenge. Second challenge also, we talk about innovation. And when we became binational, and we enlisted our great colleagues from IIT and IIMs and National Law University, we created challenge for ourselves. 2007 was the first truly what I call interdisciplinary phase of the Shastri, when we had here in Delhi, I had organized social and human face of science and technology. Idea was to bring them together. Idea was to bring some kind of dialogue so that our research proposals that emerge don't remain separated. What has happened in the process, many people believe that or feel that way, that social science and humanities has somehow lost its grandeur or even its acknowledgement in the institute. So we need to think about that as well, to the point that it was. First, I look at science and technology, and it's like a proverbial hydra, everywhere it is there. It gazes with its 1,000 eyes and embraces it with 1,000 arms. And the gaze is enchanting, and the embrace is just warm. But there is this danger of the gaze becoming seductive and embrace becoming constricting. So the social sciences, the humanities have a responsibility to challenge that, and we need that here in the Shastri. programs have to be of that nature. At UFS, we have tried that. I would say Shastri should think about not just funding any program, but should think about funding programs in which input comes from science and technology as well as humanities and social sciences. A collaborative program of that nature, which will make it its own unique contribution to the creation, preservation, and promotion of knowledge of a different nature. So that's one. Coming on the challenges on the funding situation, things that we have done our best, but things that we need to do. One area we have not explored, and where I think Shastri has the potential, but we have never utilized that. That is the utilization of the growing power of the Canadian Indian diaspora in Canada. Close to about 1.3 million people in Canada now. We have not tapped that resource. In the academic field, there have been some examples of that. Our Canadian colleagues will know. Carleton India Center of Excellence in Carleton is one small example. Waterloo Chintanani Institute, Center for Public Policy, but we have not. There is Canada-India Foundation, a consortium of Indian industrialists. We have not reached them. So that's one thing that I would like our colleagues to think about carefully and certainly effectively. Engaging provinces, I have been talking about that, and we have done a little bit of that. We first provincial contribution, sir, came, Dr. Carr, from your own government, Quebec. That's where we got some money first, then Saskatchewan. And if we do piecemeal approach, probably we will succeed to a certain point. But whether there is, and that's where we will need help from you, Dr. Carr. We will need help from Peter Stoich, and we will need help from all our presidents who are present here, to reach out to the Council of the Ministers of Higher Education in Canada. Reach out to them as a consortium. Think about the parameters within which governmental agencies can be engaged. Maybe it is population-based, maybe it is resource-based. So that's one area that I would like you to consider. And the third thing I will stop there. I was speaking to our current president yesterday. We need to have a very effective advocacy strategy in Canada. And in that, while our own team has done very, very well, I must compliment them. And I have helped them. Our Laval colleagues are here, and Dr. Saab was from there, and then our current president is there, and we have done our best to reach out to the government. But they may not always listen to you because it is your self-interest is there. So we need to find those people who will speak for us because there is no self-interest involved. And we need to create that kind of group in Canadian context. Indian industrialists, Canadian high commissioners who have been in India, Indian high commissioners who are living in India, in Canada, and so on and so forth. So that kind of effective advocacy is something that we all can contribute and we all can help. I would simply say that, well, one other thought very quickly, and that's where I think is not the Canadian colleagues, but more likely our Indian colleagues can help, and the Institute itself can help, because here I know Indian bureaucracy is very much committed to Shastri Institute. I know that. And our political masters also. I mentioned that yesterday that there was, Manmohan Singh and Obama agreement which supported 1,000 fellowships for America. I think we should be aiming at that. Let there be, even though Mr. Trudeau didn't do too well in his last visit here, even though, to think of Modi-Trudeau agreement of some kind, if not 1,000, maybe 500. Shastri can give 50, 100, but the magnitude that is required for the next generation is much larger. So that's one thing that we should be aiming at in terms of advocacy on this side. Having said all of that, I must say that this is the institute that I hold so close to my heart, has come a long way, and there is a lot to cherish and a lot to rejoice. So thank you very much for
let me just respond very briefly to that, these are enormously helpful recommendations like those of Dr. Carr also, and particularly coming from Dr. Sinha, one of the great builders and continuing builders of the Shastri Institute. Much appreciated.
Good afternoon. So I've introduced myself, and again, for the benefit of those who do not know me, I represent Manipal University. It was indeed a very inspiring and invigorating session. Concordia, you just conquered our minds. So Professor Carr, I was really pleased you touched upon the importance of digital age and offering courses online. So would Shastri put out a list of programs that would be made available online to all the members if there is a repository of these courses that are created? And the second point that I just also thought I would discuss here is there a scope to have a consortium of universities both in India and Canada that can also offer online degree programs? That's something that we can discuss at some stage. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah.
I just had a comment that there are some courses offered from our university which are distance ed courses. There are also specialized programs or certifications which are online. We can send the list to Prachi, and that's something which can be circulated for the betterment of everybody here.
I think we can name the courses. I'm sure many universities will be offering. We have take a note of it. We can do that. We'll work on it. Your suggestions are most welcome. We'll work on it and see how Shastri Institute can benefit from it.
Just one observation. Hello. Just one observation that have we also explored the funding from ICSSR, because there are various ways in which ICSSR can also chip in for some of the programs that we would want to, for example, holding summer schools, etc. It can be done under ICSSR funding as well. Some tie-up may be of some help.
Sure. As I said that we are exploring now with other councils as well. We have never felt that we have to go that way. We have collaborated big way with ICCR in past years, wherein even they wanted us to, they invited us to join the adjudication to select students from Canada side. So at that level we have collaborated, but in terms of funding opportunities, of course, we have never talked about. So now that we know that these are the challenges, and probably we can do better in terms of, engaging in a particular field, like ICCR governs it, cultural orientation. So if we can go into that field and tap into, particular councils to have a discussion around a joint funded program kind of opportunity. We are on it now. Thank you.
So we are about to close this session. So I wish to thank all the speakers, and I'm sure we gained a lot of insights into how we should take the organization forward. We'll be working on your suggestions, and we'll come out with something which, as suggested, may not involve much of money involvement, but we can have some high value projects. like online courses or online hackathons and so many other things are possible which will bring value to the institutions, the members. Thank you for your attention. Without a break, we'll be moving to the next session where the summarizing session where I request Dr. John Reed to chair the session. Yeah, so John will coordinate this session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And what we've decided to do, we enjoyed the sunshine at lunchtime, perhaps a little longer than anticipated. So we still do want to finish by 4 o'clock or thereabouts, because people may well have other commitments that are coming up. And so what we've decided to do, in effect, is to combine the final 2 sessions. In effect, what I'd like to do is to invite those who are going to present summaries of the earlier discussions in the program to briefly present those reports on the sessions, sort of distilling some of the insights that we've had. And then we'll move directly to a final short session of open discussion that won't focus necessarily on Shastri, but on the whole sort of breadth of potential India-Canada relationships that we've been discussing. So may I invite the people who have been requested to present short distilled summaries of the sessions to come up to the stage, and we'll proceed that way. Excellent. So I'm going to rely on my memory of the order of the sessions, and my memory may be slightly unreliable, but I do believe it's Dr. Summerby Murray who would be presenting first.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you to the panelists in the last session as well. And I think many of us in the room are thinking that many of the distillation moments have actually been nicely crystallized. I know I'm mixing some metaphors there, but have been brought together very nicely in the panel that precedes us. So my suggestion is that this session is really a way of getting to some of the ideas that came up concretely in each of the panels, and I think that have been drawn together nicely in the panel that has preceded it. So I had the honor of co-chairing session number 2 yesterday, and our goal in that session was to explore more of the how of increased collaboration between partners, particularly given that the first session in the morning had really demonstrated a reasonable agreement on what needed to be done. So part of the how, of course, is centered on the role of the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute as a facilitator and as a catalyst for collaboration. Our session chair, Professor Naeema Akhtar of Jamia Millia Islamia University, introduced her university, and as what became a theme that came through the last couple of days, we all provided a brief overview of our own particular institution, in my case St. Mary's University and the Canadian Bureau of International Education. So we began our session with a presentation from Dr. Manu Singh from the University Grants Commission, who outlined the importance of new forms of partnership in the global knowledge creation process and reminded the audience of the approach of the Government of India, regarding institutions of eminence and of the opportunities for engagement with these. These included establishing a framework for the engagement of foreign universities with their Indian counterparts. The success of the Study in India program was noted, as was the important contribution of Mitacs from the Canadian side of the equation, and the potential creation of a funded research chair in a Canadian university. Dr. Singh noted that obstacles still remain, notably in credential recognition between our two countries, but certainly pointed to new opportunities, including online learning, an opportunity that was being picked up in the last 30 minutes in this room already. Dr. Sanita Siwach outlined the diversity of learning institutions in India and reinforced the point regarding universities of eminence, including the development of innovation hubs, research innovation hubs, which need foreign partners and indeed potentially from Canada. This, of course, is a model that has some parallels with the superclusters in Canada at the present time. It was suggested that the two countries need to increase their cooperation around research, and of course that Shastri can play a role in bringing the two governments together around an Indian-Canadian blueprint. Dr. Siwach noted also that a new focus on essential skills over soft skills, essential skills, was needed to complement some of the earlier focus on STEM areas in the research agenda. Addressing some of the concrete challenges and opportunities, Dr. Denata pointed to difficulties in undergraduate exchange models, notably a lack of coordination, differences in pre-departure orientation, variations in risk management processes, and a continued disparity in transfer credit processes between partner universities. Dr. Denata suggested that more credit sharing programs, 2+2s, etc., would be beneficial. The recent investment by the Government of Canada in international education was highlighted, and a number of opportunities were also identified, such as Co-Tutel's nationalist outlook of the New Frontiers research funding coming from Canada's Tri-Council funding agencies. Dr. Hemantha Kumar from Mysore provided insights on the importance and mechanics of research and teaching collaborations, including an example from his university that focused on an India-China relationship, and which might act as a model for others. So in summary, the session identified practical challenges, including from conversations from the audience, ensuring a match between institutions, gaining better understanding of the differences within Canada and India, credential recognition between the two countries, addressing mobility of students, staff and faculty, and I would add staff, as we haven't talked much about the importance of our administrative teams in our universities engaging in this, and this is something that my own university does with partners in another country, for example. Looking ahead to new delivery models for higher education, and those include online, but simply also disrupting the nature of the credential. Beyond the existing bachelor's and graduate degrees into new forms of credential. Certainly positioning our universities in relation to global ranking systems is something that was a thread out of this session as well. And we continue to ask what role Shastri can play in overcoming these practical challenges by working with members, working with governments and brokering new opportunities. And if I might be so bold, I believe the session preceding this one this afternoon has given a number of extremely good answers to those questions. So in closing, let me thank the panelists for the session and particularly thank all of you who provided insights to the discussion as the session concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swami Bimari. Dr. Framo.
Thank you very much, John. We had a short session yesterday afternoon. It was the last session of the day. And some guests were absent, sadly, so the conversation was a bit shorter. The topic, you will remember, were about the expectations and roles of governments in India, Canada, collaborative opportunities, and there was I think a good conversation involving Dr. Margenot from the Canadian High Commission here, Dr. Mossman from Western. No, McMaster, sorry, apologies, I'll apologize for the rest of the day. Dr. Jen and myself. Of course, to speak about the role of government is to raise the the role of an actor on which I think we all concluded we don't have much control on, but which an actor we want to certainly to influence. I think it was agreed very clearly that the government has a role to play in order to sustain India-Canada relationship. I expressed the view that it was difficult to convince governments that governments are, at least the leaders, the ministers and the governments have a time span which is not necessarily, does not correspond necessarily to that of universities. But I think the demonstration was clearly made by Dr. Margineau that the government, the machine, the bureaucracy is doing a lot, very discreet work, but nevertheless extremely important work to sustain the collaboration right now between India and Canada, and many activities are being pursued at the Canadian High Commission here. So the Government of Canada, it was agreed, does have a role to play, an important role. It was also agreed that the money involved is not that considerable. So we've heard all sorts of ideas. It is not so much, but it is real money, certainly for us. The role of the provincial governments in Canada was also mentioned, as well as the role of municipalities, and that might seem surprising, certainly for some of us, but I guess the message is that universities are formidable assets for any municipality, and that when the municipalities realize that and they play their role of sustaining universities, they can bring universities to a different level. And actually, some examples were given of very concrete actions flowing from municipal action abroad and during all sorts of missions. So in conclusion, yes, governments have a role to play. I guess one of the unwritten conclusions is that we have a role to play with regard to governments and convincing governments to give a better support to the India-Canada relationship, but that it is quite a challenge in these difficult economic times, certainly in Canada, I guess in India too. There's lots of solicitation for money, so difficult to convince the governments, but nevertheless possible. One of the ideas I would leave you with is maybe we should also, as a community, maybe increase our support for the Shastri Institute and design programs in which, the supplementary money we would invest would be in fact distributed to support our activities to our mutual benefit. So it is certainly a thought I would leave you with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fremont. Dr. Stoichev.
Thank you, John, and good afternoon, everyone. I had the privilege of co-chairing, vice-chairing the session this morning on innovation that was in this room and very well attended. And it strikes me that that theme is one that has wound its way through almost every session at this conference. So it was interesting to hear the perspectives of four panelists, Dr. Piers and Dr. Huck from Canada, Drs. Wanjari and Shukla from India on that specific topic of innovation and entrepreneurship and the role that universities can play. And a few general observations that I think were made in one way or another by each of the panelists. One, that it is a time of tremendous opportunity and a time of tremendous challenge as well for universities to understand the role that they can play in their respective regions, cities, in Canada's case, provinces, and in both cases, nations, regarding innovation agendas that will be crucial to prosperity and to the populations that these universities find themselves in. The term relevance was used many times, particularly by the final speaker, Dr. Shukla, and the point there was that universities need to recognize and act upon their own relevance in the context of the innovation agenda of either their region, their community, their city, their province, their nation. Another point was that that relevance actually extends globally, and that all universities contribute to an international innovation agenda. Dr. Piers was making the point that also became a theme throughout the panel, but on a few others as well, that innovation is not just in the domain of STEM disciplines, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and so on, and related disciplines, but also in the social sciences and the humanities, which of course is at the core of Shastri's work. And there are many reasons for this that I won't go into, but the point was that an innovation agenda on the part of a university can in fact be something that all members of the university participate in. One question was asked of Dr. Piers about the role that, let's say, a graduate student in a humanities discipline such as philosophy or English or languages could play in terms of work-integrated learning or a job placement or a co-op in a company. And the response, I thought, was a very valuable one, that what students can offer to companies and what companies can help students to understand is that what they have acquired through their studies in the humanities are transferable skills of communication, of cultural literacy, of collaboration, and so on, and that all students bring these in different ways, and that these are extremely valuable to innovation itself. Work-integrated learning was another theme that ran through the panel's considerations. In other words, that all universities need to try to find as many opportunities as possible for their students to move outside of the university during the course of their programs and work in SMEs, startups, in industry, in the job market in one way or another. And when they come back to their university, to bring what they have learned that the job market needs of them, so that universities can understand how they can alter their programming in order to make themselves increasingly relevant. The point was made that research that universities do, whether research intensive or not, all universities conduct it in one way or another, is relevant to their local communities. The role of community engagement and particularly social innovation was emphasized, and breaking out from the predetermined program boxes so that students can build innovation pertinent to themselves through their own design, through design of their own programs, was another point that was made. I'd add that from a Canadian perspective, the Canadian government in Budget 2019 that was tabled just last spring made a commitment to funding to stimulate work-integrated learning, so in other words, placements for students at post-secondary institutions. And the reason for this was not just to encourage universities to think this way and to strive actually for 100% participation in work-integrated learning programs, but also to provide potential employers with the funds to be able to give these students job placements and positions within their own organizations. So it's a two-way street. The Canadian federal government understood the importance of that and placed that within Budget 2019. Well, there's much else. Maybe I'll just finish by saying that I think all of the panelists were remarking in their own way on the fact that becoming institutions that are alert to, astute to, and contributing to innovation and respective nations' innovation agendas is a real culture shift. It's easier for some parts of a university to do it than other parts of a university, and it will require students, faculty, staff, and university leadership to make this happen, but it's imperative that it does. So I thank the panelists for all of their wonderful contributions, and thank you very much this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Stoichev. Dr. Mazerow.
Okay, moving dangerously at the late of the day. I'm the last speaker, and good afternoon, everybody. Our session was earlier today, and it was on the collaboration, how to spur collaboration across the humanities, social sciences, law, and management between Canadian and Indian institutions. We had a lively discussion and very good engagement, as well as a chance to illuminate the opportunities for further collaboration. We had 4 great speakers, 3 from India, 1 from management, 1 from philosophy, 1 from law, and then a Canadian speaker from the graduate school at that institution. So we heard from each speaker, and I've synthesized maybe 5 takeaways in the interest of time, given the importance of this topic. First takeaway is that there is there's current activity underway between some of the institutions, from things like visiting professorships, which are sponsored, to things like student internships under MOUs. But the takeaway is that there's a lot more opportunities for growth in the humanities, social sciences, law, and management. So there's more work to be done. Secondly, was that there's a very strong message to ensure that the partnerships and or the MOUs are active and authentic. And there was a lively takeaway that there's lots of MOUs which gather dust. There's partnerships which are quite inactive. And so there was a message to say that well, if we're going to do this, let's make it authentic, let's make it real, and let's make it, time is short, so we want the collaborations to be very authentic. The third takeaway regarding such collaborations was the need to focus on, given the cross-cultural nature and the interdisciplinarity, even within the humanities, social sciences, law, and business, was to look and focus on operating through mutual respect, as well as a commitment to mutual learnings, that the collaborations, if they were one way, were not going to be successful, that there needed to be a recognition of the bidirectional learning opportunities, that commitment to reciprocity, if we're trying to make the collaborations and the partnerships authentic, that this should involve commitments to mutual learning as well as mutual respect. Fourthly, was the recognition of some of the practical hurdles, the practical issues to be overcome across the different contexts and across the different examples. So things like time constraints for things like student exchanges. Many of the students wouldn't have necessarily a semester, but they might have 2 or 3 weeks. So the opportunities for universities to modularize, have intensives. If it was a business student coming to Canada, to maybe come for 3 weeks in an intensive as opposed to a whole semester. So that general focus on having more short exchanges, short-term time exchanges, was seen as something valuable and could also facilitate further engagement. It's kind of a dip your toe in the water model. So that was seen as something relevant. There was also recognition some disciplines have accreditation constraints, law for instance, so that can have some limitations on the kind of courses which are offered, but it doesn't necessarily have to stop the engagement. There was also recognition if you're looking at 2+2 models or 2+3 models, there can be some government policy constraints. I think in Ontario they have certain approval mechanisms which made cross-national programs quite difficult to approve. So the general theme on the fourth takeaway was there are some hurdles, practically time being one of them, accreditation being another, government policy. There's other things related to the need for having champions on the ground that have helped longstanding make the commitment successful. Obviously, funding is a constraint and something to be recognized that these kinds of partnerships require investment, they require flexibility, that require local champions and institutions that really want to make them successful. So I think that's important. The fifth and final point has to do with there are really, this is a final takeaway, there's more opportunities for moving forward. So there's a recognition that more work could be done around joint degrees, joint masters, joint PhDs with co-supervision models. I know they exist in some context and could be further explored with Shastri. Collaborative research partnerships were seen as very beneficial, whether they were bilateral or trilateral, across institutions, or maybe even thematic research networks, bringing together different disciplines on a topic, be it climate change, be it violence, whatever it is, that the different disciplines, law, humanities, business, etc., have something to contribute. But the idea of facilitating joint publishing was seen as mutually beneficial, helping to increase visibility for the different institutions, the researchers, as well as showing the joint commitment. Also, there was a reflection by some of the discussion of the opportunities to really work in a more interdisciplinary way across the humanities, social science, law, and the business area, that some of these topics, back to the thematic issues, just working across, not within disciplines, but there's a lot of diversity within the HAS disciplines, as you'd know. And then a final takeaway on this about the potential is about the use of technology. So we had a lively discussion near the end in the question period about why can't we just use more online learning to facilitate engagement cross-nationally between our institutions, both to facilitate learning, but also joint supervision, and then things like MOOCs, maybe joint MOOCs between institutions, those massive open online courses, maybe some international cafes, or I know of a program called Law Without Walls that exists now. Maybe we could look at other models between Indian universities and Canadian ones on a theme like law, business, human rights, et cetera, et cetera. So we had some practical takeaways and a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masro.
So we have Dr. Satyanarayana, who's the director for IIT Tirupati, who was one of the panelists for the first parallel session, which was for science, technology, and engineering. So I would request him to come to the stage and let us know the takeaways from the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I was first of all parachuted into the session. Initially, I was not there, but so I was spent most of my time putting my thoughts together as what I was going to speak, and didn't pay too much attention to what others have been speaking. And once again, I've been parachuted into this. Just now, I've been told, please come and summarize what was spoken. So probably what I'll speak is more what I spoke then. So we had Dr. Ajit Chaturvedi, the director of IIT Roorkee, chair the session, and I understand he was supposed to do it, but they're not able to find him now, so they got me in here. So he basically talked about the engagements with the Canadian institutions in very general terms, nothing specific with what Roorkee has been doing. Then we had Professor Richard Paulin from Université Laval, talk about some of the problems that they've been working on, and including topics related to environment, climate change, and similar topics, which would be of interest. And then we had Dr. Rajan Singh Sangwan, Director from the Academy of Science and Innovative Research. He spoke about this unique institution that has been set up by the CSR system, where they have been doing a lot of research in various aspects, and how they've been conducting their programs and so on, and the opportunities they're looking for collaboration. Okay. And then I came and spoke about our experience as a new institution who has started getting engaged with Canadian institutions, the steps we took in getting engaged with them and getting them grounded, and the various activities that we're doing. And I talked about the various areas of our interest, including water, waste, environment, climate change, precision agriculture, food technology, energy, and so on. After that, we had a pretty good discussion on what is it that needs to be done to enhance the interactions between these institutions. How do we take forward better, these in a better way? And there were also questions on what is it that we find as challenges when we try to engage with the Canadian institutions. But I don't think we came up with a bucket list of items to be done and how to take it forward as a part of this particular session. So these are some quick thoughts I could just recall on the fly as have been brought in here. Thank you. Yeah.
And for the parallel session 3, Agricultural, Veterinary, Medical and Health Sciences, I request Dr. Prithvi Raj, Associate Dean, Dalhousie University, Canada, to please present his summary of the session.
Thank you. I have to echo Dr. Satyanarayana's thing, same thing. So I'm going to summarize what I could recollect, and I had some help from my friends as well there. So our session was, the whole session was to see how, we can forge better collaborations between Indian and Canadian partners in agriculture, medical and health sciences, and as well as veterinary sciences as well. So we had 4 speakers, Dr. Rashmi Agarwal from Indian Agricultural Research Institute. So she actually talked about the origin of the institute, IRI, and what they do. So they so mostly it's postgraduate education and research they concentrate on, and also she also mentioned about the various relationship that they have, IRI has with the institutes around the globe. So it was quite impressive. I learned many things. I had been to IRI several times, but something new that I could learn what they are doing. And the second, I can speak with confidence because it was me. I did. So so I actually shared I think one of the issues that I don't want to call it as an issue, but the problem that we have is many of our Sikhi representatives at from different universities, they are from different fields, and of course we promote our own field in the meetings and so on and so forth. And in my opinion, so agriculture, I think I didn't get that much traction over the period of time. So what we proposed is we should have a task force within SICI. The nice thing about the membership right now is, so we have 8 schools, all the Canadian schools which have agriculture focus, so we have 8. And in the Indian side we have 6 for the moment, and HAU is going to join, so that's going to be 7. So if, it'll be nice if we all, the institution, get together and draw a roadmap for so how we are going to forge greater collaborations. So because I see a wonderful opportunity in this area, because agriculture is central to whatever we do. So without food, we won't survive. And both the countries face similar challenges in agriculture, and mostly the climate change issues. And I always see news, in Canada, but I always read Indian newspapers. That's the first thing that I do when I wake up in the morning. And so always I see the issues with either more rainfall or there's drought and how crops are affected. And a similar story in Canada as well, I know. So it's a huge problem we face. And also the issue of water for agriculture is a big issue. Both the countries have similar issues. And I think we cannot work in isolation. So we have a great, SICI with us. So I think we should forge ahead doing some joint collaborations. And also, one of the things that we proposed is the roadmap for like how we can start doing it from the grassroots level. Like the first thing that we need to do once we get together is to see how we can increase the student mobility. And in the last 2 years, when I look at the students who have the opportunity to go through SICI scholarships, there are only 2 or 3 agriculture students, while there's a large proportion of engineering and technical students. So there has to be something done in that area so all the members get benefited and all the faculties get benefited. So that was one of the things that we thought it would be really useful to get together first and just write a white paper, a roadmap where we want to go. And then we have Professor Campbell from Guelph, and so it was fascinating talk. So he spoke about the conflict of local and global, and how Guelph is handling this one. It was very fascinating. So they solved the local problem, but it has a global impact. And he gave a couple of very nice examples about the coffee pod, like how the faculty member there developed a compostable coffee pod, which I didn't know that in North America we use 3 billion coffee pods a year. That's a lot. And he mentioned that these things I always remember. So we can go around the world 3 times the amount of coffee pod that we use in North America. So they developed technology for that. So that was very impactful. And in the second example he gave was about so especially in Canada, the use of antibiotics is extremely restricted with livestock and meat and egg producers. So I also work on that aspect. So they're finding other alternate ways to replace antibiotics. So the University of Guelph researchers has actually found a use of genetics in that one, where they found genetics in cattle which are naturally resistant to bacteria. So it was locally found, but what Professor Campbell mentioned was that this is being used by one of the large genetics company in the world. So it can be local, but it can be quite impactful globally. So that's a fascinating story from Guelph. And the other thing, so we had been discussing about the very contentious issue of funding. So we heard quite a bit from several speakers about funding from federal government and provincial government in Canada. And Guelph it's very fortunate that they get quite a bit of money. He said around $70 billion. I like to go to Guelph. Alain, don't hear this one. There's a commitment from the provincial government, a large chunk of money as that actually makes a difference for educational institutions, so they can forge ahead with a plan and they can make a big difference. So that was very another message that Professor Campbell mentioned. And lastly, it was Dr. Salvi, so MGM Institute of Health Sciences. So he mentioned about One Health concept. So how they are able to work in this with this concept, and so they have forged a number of collaborations in executing their One Health concept. And that's all I remember. If there are speakers, so if I left out something, please feel free to prompt me. That's all I have. Did I do a good job? Thank you.
Thank you so much for those two additional reports on sessions. I would invite our two last speakers, if you will, to come up and join us on the dais. What we're going to do now, as I previously announced, and so I'm going to invite all of our reporters, as it were, to be up on the dais for us. What we're going to do now is just to take, let's say, 15 minutes or so for some closing observations. You may wish, those who wish to contribute, may wish to address one or more of the speakers in this session on the dais, or you may simply wish to speak more generally about particularly future-oriented observations. And one thing I will say about all of the reports of the sessions that we've had, not only have all of them given us real value added in terms of distilling insights, as I put it at the beginning, but also all of them have been very future-oriented, which is really what we want from this final stage of the proceedings. So I'm simply going to retreat to the role of recognizing speakers, and the floor is now open. Please.
I'm Balakrishnan from Madurai Kamaraj University. Outset, I thank SICI for having given this feast for 2 days for everyone. We really enjoyed the interactions and various sessions. We covered almost all topics from science, technology, agriculture, a little about medicine, humanities, management and all, with reference to teaching, job opportunities, research and development, etc., etc. But the SICI, I think, is a good, real good forum to take up other important issues. Of course, climate change and all discussed elaborately. There are very important aspects, such as cultural aspects of different continents. Say, for instance, indigenous populations, marginalized populations, neglected population across the globe, the issues related to them, right? All the time we are talking about the education, business, entrepreneurs. Of course, that's the need of the day. We have to contribute and think for a while to do something with the help of stalwarts here across the globe through SICI, to do something for writing some manuscripts or bringing out book or seminars on these topics, indigenous populations, marginalized population, etc. And also because the Canada is on that Atlantic part and India is on the Indian Ocean Pacific part, we can make a lot of things. In Madurai Kamaraj University, very recently, we are making some collaboration with US institutions in ancient DNA research. South India is
Okay, Ajay Agarwal, Queen's University. So the last 2 days have been very informative. I've learned a lot in several sessions, I heard again and again that for any sort of long-term collaborations to work, we have to start small, and these have to be faculty member to faculty member research collaboration that could convert into student exchanges and something bigger, departmental or university level. So since we have a number of heads of the institutions from both India and Canada, and I think it was Dr. Satya in a session, he said, I put some money on the table, so we need to see a lot more of that. So unless we incubate junior faculty members to start something at the other end, we will not see larger collaborations. And I'm not sure how many of you echo my thoughts, but that's my gathering from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pavnish Medan from University of Guelph. I just had a comment about the question from Madurai Kamraj University. I think I've been on the Shastri panels for the last few years and also worked in the education committees. I just want to assure you that we are already handling any grant without any bias towards anything. If there's a grant on indigenous studies or marginalized societies, we have actually funded a few projects like that in the past. So that work is already in progress. Because of confidentiality reasons, we cannot really specify what level that grant was, or whether it was PhD, postdoc, etc. But certainly I've seen several of them come through, and I would request Shastri, maybe Prachi can shed some more light on that aspect as well. So we are already on top of that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Nataraja Karaba from University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. As my colleague just now mentioned, that the agriculture sector need to be pushed a little bit, especially we need issues to be addressed, food security and nutritional security, what you call nutri-cereals, which are initially called as kind of orphan crops. Now R&D, including genomics or genome editing related, biotechnology related issues are to be addressed. So SICI can help us in awarding more and more opportunities to visit Canada. I know that there are a lot of Canadian institutes in this area to collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Bonjour mes amis du Francophone Canada. Okay, I'm not intended to get introduced myself. Anyway, I represent Tamil Nadu Agricultural University and I'm Dean for Postgraduate Studies. I have 2 points to tell. One is that, regarding the funding, we have been also discussing during our network lunch and other things. Well, when we look at the profile in Shastri, now most of the funding, it goes for either pharmaceuticals, medicals, or to humanities. I think we will have to cut some balance that there are other subjects are also there. So it would be nice if you have to cut the balance and then distribute. It will be nice. And secondly, we talk much about collaborations. And there are also a lot of success stories. Now I can tell you the success story from Dalhousie and Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, and also somebody was talking about the Monash and Australian, and as well as the Bombay IIT. And all these success stories are there, and well, we listen to that, but it's not fully, we understood or fully comprehend, and we didn't get an overall picture yet. So is it possible that Shastri can document them and then bring it out a good publication and distribute to us? Now that will be helpful for the others, which we would also like to collaborate with the examples. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I'm P.N. Tekwani from Nirma University, Ahmedabad. Sir, I have a genuine request. As Shastri Institute is working as a bridge for Indian institutes and Canadian institutes, if we can have one newsletter, which hard copy is not required, soft copy, and maybe it's not monthly, but to start with quarterly or even once in a 6 month, giving the idea about various schemes, various research-related, exchange-related announcements taking place in both the sides, so that all the member institutes, that more than 137 from India and then the other 17 or more from Canada, they come to know all these things, important related announcements, and it will help better to connect faculty members one-to-one. Please, that the collaboration will start from faculty to faculty first, instead of simply going for MOU. So I strongly believe that if we start like that, then all the member institute faculty members will come to know about that, and they will start their radars positioning onto that particular announcements, and then more linkages will take place. This will give us fruits in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. I'm going to entertain one more point from the floor, and then going to give the panel the opportunity to make some final thoughts. So one more from the floor, yes.
I'm Dr. Rama Vaidyanathan from Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute. So the last 2 days, we've been looking at possibilities of collaboration and exchanging best practices. So it's been extremely good. But one topic that was mentioned in the beginning yesterday was about gender balance. And I was wondering whether we could continue, have a session later on the efforts taken by Canadian and Indian institutions on ensuring a good gender balance in the academic and research environment. Maybe that's a future topic that we could focus on.
Indeed. So I'm going to give the panelists the opportunity, and Dr. Stoich had a point to make.
Thank you. Just based on the last comment there, the panel here agrees with you. I'd like to pick up on 2 points very quickly. One the comments regarding indigenization, and the other regarding agriculture. Not that I'll put those two together. But in Canada, as I think all of you know, and certainly all of my colleagues from Canada know, indigenization and what we call reconciliation in Canada are enormously important to all of the universities in Canada, and education is the key to reconciliation and indigenization in the country, so universities have an enormous role to play. And I think a couple of things here. One, it would be fascinating and a shame not, in fact, to take advantage of it. It would be fascinating to share perspectives in India, and it would be fascinating for Canadians to understand what Indian institutions are doing in this regard. We would love to share what we are trying to do in this regard in Canada, and the more that we can take indigenization outside of our respective national boundaries and specific interests and share them globally, I think will benefit hundreds of millions of people. So I think that that's one thing that I would encourage Shastri to do to bring the two countries together. The other regarding agriculture, I was speaking a little while ago about the innovation panel. And in Canada, and I'm sure this is true in India, but certainly in Canada, the great agricultural revolution 4.0 that takes us out of the concept that farming involves always only people up to their elbows in the soil working as hard as they can, but moving into the digital, into the AI, into the drone related, into the phenomics, into the genomics, into all those things that universities can play an enormous role in. Industry and all parts of the agriculture sector are looking to universities for how they will train the farmers of the future in business, in genomics, in robotics, in all of those things that you will need to know that you did not need to know before to be a successful farmer or person operating in the agricultural sector. And for Indian institutions and Canadian institutions who are involved in agricultural training to share best practices in how they are going to respectively prepare their students for that transformed agricultural future, I think would be very valuable.
Thank you. Dr. Prithivarish.
So it's more of a question to honorable presidents and vice chancellors in this meeting. So in our faculty, so when we try to get new like assistant professors and new recruits to be involved in international work, so one of the problems they face is because that doesn't get into their tenure or promotion dossier. So there has always been a reluctance. Like if it is a research, that's totally different. But we are as a faculty, we are involved in a number of projects and development projects, for example, and as well as field schools. So which needs extra work to be done on the ground in Canada, as well as when we take students outside Canada. So we work like 2 to 3 times more than what we would normally do if we teach the same course on the ground in Canada. So I'm wondering like how the different your respective universities look at that one, and because I don't know, like so being an assistant dean for international, so when I try to get my colleagues interested in international, this is the question that always I get. And so we were trying to see like do something through PNT committee, but your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Dr. Somerville.
Respond to that one quickly, and the first point I would make is that many of us are operating in unionized environments where our faculty members' working conditions are set through collective agreements, and so that's a challenging point that you're raising. I would certainly remind everybody that in most cases the criteria for tenure and promotion are set by faculty members at the negotiating table with administrations, and most of that is driven by faculty members. Tenure and promotion committees are made up of faculty members. Ultimate decisions may happen with senior administration, but recommendations are being driven by faculty members. So the change has to happen. I can point to some success stories of making change, however. My own institution has recently modified its criteria, list of criteria for tenure and promotion to ensure that socially engaged research is considered, and that includes non-traditional publication methods. So I think that the opening up for international education engagement in that is one that needs to come from the grassroots. It needs to come from faculty colleagues having that discussion, just as you were raising. So another way of saying that, or framing what I'm saying, is it's not a top-down directive. The least effective thing will be for presidents sitting on the stage to go and tell their colleagues that it's going to work like that. It has to bubble up from engagement and these sorts of discussions that we're having today.
Thank you. Are there any other comments that panelists would like to add? Yes.
Yeah. Sitting through the sessions since yesterday morning, many of the other forums have been going, people have been talking about AI, ML, data science being the major area of research and collaborations and so on. But it's refreshing here that people talk more about climate change, environment, agriculture applications, and innovation. These are 3 things that stuck, at least in my mind, that came out prominently in various presentations that people have made here. So we've also talked about doing a couple of focused group sessions. So maybe these are the themes that could be taken up for strong Indo-Canadian collaboration initiatives in terms of larger groups working together from both institutions on either side in taking things forward. Just some thoughts from what I've heard.
Thank you very much. So at this point, I'm going to bring the session to a close, and in doing so, I'd like to thank very sincerely all of our panelists. We began with reports which were very insightful on the various sessions, and we've had some interesting discussion from the floor and then some interesting follow-ups from the panel. So for all of that, so very grateful. Thank you. And please join me in thanking our panelists. At this point, we're just in just a moment going to have a more formal sort of vote of thanks to conclude the proceedings, but I would like to invite perhaps Picky to give us the logistics of what's happening in terms of the dinner reception tonight and transportation and what have you, if that information is available.
Okay, so Meenakshi has quickly, informed me that the bus will pick up Taj residents at 6:30 p.m. and the residents at Metropolitan, the bus will be picking up at 6:40 p.m. But sorry, it's Metropolitan at 6:30 and Taj at 6:40. Thank you. And besides that, the reception is taking place at the residence of His Excellency Nadir Patel, who is the High Commissioner for Canada to India, and that's at his residence at Canada House, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Road, number 4. So just in case people are driving there, that's the address to go to. And for tomorrow, for the institutions who are participating at the FICCI's Higher Education Summit, I have got their invitation cards as well as the delegate badges with me. So I request you to please, come to the reception desk here and collect it from me. Anything else, Dr. Reed? Yes, sir. Yes, so you would be required to carry your photo ID as well, along with the invitation cards. You will be receiving an email from me tonight. What are the do's and don'ts, because that's the inaugural session, which will be, led by the President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind, and it's because it's his session, so the protocol is that the handbags and laptops and any kind of electronics, including your cell phones, perhaps would not be allowed inside the room. So I would request you to, please, make pre-arrangements for, keeping those items of yours safely someplace. And all other instructions will be there tonight in the email itself. But these are the main things I wanted to share with each one of you who is going to be there tomorrow morning. So the participating institutions are requested that they arrive at the venue at least around like 8-ish, so that because the instruction says that you have to be seated in the hall by 9:30 a.m., which means we have to be a little early there. Because there could be long queue-ups, given that's the first day of the opening of the exhibition and the conference. So I look forward to seeing you, at the evening reception. So please be mindful of your pickup times by the buses. So if there is any question relating to the other logistics, please feel free to talk to Meenakshi or myself. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I think before we close, I'm not sure if it was done, but we would like to thank Prachi and office. It was wonderful organization, and we are really grateful to you. So thank you very much. Thank you.
If I join as a lady, as the for gender balance.
They will come to the center, please. Yes, absolutely.
like to thank and appreciate the work done by leadership on both sides of the Canadian team and Indian.
So good evening. Most of my work is already done, but I am here to propose a formal vote of thanks to each one of you. So we had very useful interactions, I hope, over the last 2 days. From the time I welcomed you yesterday morning to this high power summit, it's wonderful to have top leaders from both the countries come together to interact. I think we have just done the ice breaking over the last two days. The time was too short, but we must all thank Siki and the organizing team for bringing us together, because it gave us a chance to meet each other. Coming face to face makes a lot of difference, as you would have noticed. Now we have a face to whom we are emailing or talking to. So I think we have achieved that in these last 2 days. And I'm very glad I could also learn, because I am also new to Siki and the activities. But I think we have had a lot of points to ponder on as the leadership team of Siki, how to take the institute forward. And we'll be taking these issues seriously, especially a few things about, mapping the institutional priorities, which I think we will do, and area-focused groups we discussed, which I think is very, very essential, and the online, using the online resources and the online, capabilities which each institute has. I think we can move forward a lot in what Siki can do. And of course, funding, we are thinking of multiple options. So we need your support to take all these agenda forward, and we hope to have more such meetings, if not face-to-face, but at least region-wise, or we need to find out some way to take this forward. So I wish to thank Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India for funding this Vice-Chancellors meet with their generous support. And Mr. Subramaniam is our Secretary, Higher Education. He is very, very supportive of Siki. So he would have been here, he would have loved to be here, but for the Parliament session and the question hour, which MHRD and the little bit of, issues which we are going through. But we will be taking all your inputs to him in a few days' time, and I'm sure he will support us and his team. Special thanks to Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, who made it a point to come here on both days, and the passion by which he leads AICT and the help he is rendering to us is wonderful. So a special thanks to him, and also the members of UGC and other government agencies who came here. A big thank you to the Canadian High Commission in India, especially the Ambassador Nader Patel and the Deputy Commissioner Deirdre Kent, who came here yesterday. Thank you. We wish to thank him for hosting the dinner today and giving all the support to us. A special thanks to all the 14 Canadian universities who came over here from a long distance, especially the presidents and the teams who came here. Let's give a big round of applause. The event was successful because of them, and they stayed here 2 days, interacted with each one of us, and shared their thoughts. Thank you very much. And the 70 Indian institutions who were represented by the Vice-Chancellors or directors or their senior deans here, a special thank you to each one of you. We would Rotra and Dr. Poonam for being here. And finally, can I have the whole Siki office team stand up for us? Dr. Prachi and So it's a very small team, but we must thank them because they pulled it off very nicely from coordinating with the institutes, calling up everyone, making the registrations, and then for all the arrangements here. In fact, Saturday when I visited the office, they were preparing all the nameplates and everything they took care. So big thank you to each and every one of them. So big thank you to each and every one. I hope you will be enthusiastically supporting SICI in all our activities, and we wish to serve you better in the coming days. Thank you so much. And hope to see you all at dinner today. Thank you. And a safe journey back home.
Just one quick thing. We have arranged tea for you, so in the adjoining room. So I request you to please proceed for the tea, and then we'll catch up at 7 p.m. Thank you.